research, and excellent services based on local wisdom, ethics, professionalism, and evidence-based science integrated in the academic health system. Various study programs in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada has successfully achieved accreditation, such as TROP-ED, Asian University Network Quality Assurance, and Philippine Accrediting Association of Schools, Colleges, and Universities at the international level, and the Indonesian Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education and Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and Health at the national level. Supported by lecturers, including professors, and supporting staff, departments, research centers or working groups, Universitas Gadjah Mada Academic Hospital, Central Public Hospital, Dr. Suraji Tirtonegoro, and Dr. Sarjito Teaching Hospital, which is currently accredited by Joint Commission International for Academic Medical Center. The faculty offers undergraduate programs, graduate programs, medical specialist programs, and combined degree programs. Every year, over 500 undergraduate students and 600 graduate students are enrolled. The faculty continually develops and improves a flagship program called Continuing Professional Development through guest lectures, seminars, symposia, and workshops. Moreover, the faculty is equipped with IT facilities and information systems that are integrated with the university system, video conference facilities and webinar, a computer-based test room in a convenient academic atmosphere, and a green campus. Supported with comfortable workspaces, museums, sports facilities, and disabled-friendly buildings. Active partnerships and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of our faculty, without which progress in education, research, and community service would not have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaborations, community services, as well as development of international, double degree, and sandwich programs at the undergraduate and graduate level.
For over 75 years, we have been preparing leaders committed to addressing the health challenges of today and tomorrow. I would like to invite you to join our researchers, educators, practitioners, and students to improve the health and well-being of humankind. I would like to welcome you to the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Recording in progress. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone and welcome to International Postgraduate Symposium 2023. Tepuk tangan boleh. So, and this event is hosted by Academic International Team, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And for today's International Postgraduate Symposium, we'll take a theme about the translating medical research and innovation into improved patient care, conducted on August 18 until 19, 2023. There will be several activities that participants can join with IPGS 2023. From the day one, the participant can join the keynote speech and also 2 sessions of panel that will discuss about the national financing policy for precision medicine and experience of bench to bedside as the topic in the keynote speech. And the panel 1, participant can join the basic knowledge of translational research. And the afternoon session, the participant can join the topic about the implementation opportunities and challenges of translational medical research. And for tomorrow, the participant can join several activities such as poster competitions, research pitch contest, and also debate competition. So hopefully you are ready to join for tomorrow's sessions. And ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this morning symposium, singing national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. For the next agenda, I would like to invite Dr. Diah Ayumira Aktariani, PhD, dermatovenerologist, as a Chief of International Postgraduate Symposium 2023 to give remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursery, Universitas Gadjah Mada, the Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursery, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Ahmad Hamim Sadewa, PhD, the Head of Internationalization Team of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursery, Professor Dr. Gunadi, PhD, pediatric surgeon, consultant, and the team, and our distinguished speakers, invited guests, and excellent participants, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues. Good morning. Welcome in International Postgraduate Symposium 2023. I would also give the warm welcome for Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukni, MSc, PhD as President Director of BPJS Kesehatan Indonesia, Professor Maurice van Stensel from Nanyang Technological University, from Forasuk Shuttlesuk, from King Chulalongkorn Memorial Hospital, Thailand, Professor Bandapali as Head Genomic and Translational Science in Gene International Limited, Bengaluru, India, Dr. Van Thielen, W.F. Thielen from Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management, the Netherlands, and Dr. Anuraj Shankar from Oxford University Clinical Research Unit, dan Bapak Pandi Harimukti from World Bank Indonesia for reserving your time to be present with us this morning. As the chair of International Postgraduate Symposium 2023, it gives me great pleasure and honor to extend you a warm welcome, as this is the first time we have international speakers from 5 countries. And we bring the theme of translating medical research and innovation into improved patient care. And as we know that translating medical research and innovation into improved patient care is a crucial aspect of healthcare. It needs collaborations between researchers, clinicians, and other stakeholders. And it's also important to address the barriers to adopt the new intervention, the new treatments, such as cost, availability, and regulatory hurdles. It requires a collaborative and multidisciplinary approach, as well as a focus on addressing the practical barriers to implementation. So we are glad that we have around 100 participants are attending this symposium. And as we do every year, we have debate competition, poster presentation, and research pitch contest with 34, 18, and 16 participants respectively. We hope that this opportunity will give benefit to all participants to gain and exchange continuing education and knowledge, and also transferring new innovations and research in this opportunity. I'm most thankful to the support of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursery, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and for the endless efforts from internationalization team and staff, and last but not at least, the Committee of International Postgraduate Symposium Committee for the ceaseless work. We apologize if there is any unexpected inconvenience during this meeting, and I wish you a good time and enjoy the symposium. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mira, for the report. And continue the next agenda. We would like to invite Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Ahmad Hamim Sadewa, PhD, to give welcoming remarks and officially open this year's symposium. Pak Hamim.
Thank you very much. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear Professor, Doctors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my happiness to be here with you all. On behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, I would like to welcome all of you to this event, which is International Postgraduate Symposium 2023. And this year we have the topics of translating medical research and innovation to improve patient care. I'm also very thanks to our expert contribute to this program, Prof. Ali Gufron Mukti, who will join us online. Also, our collaborators, Professor Maurice van Stensel, who already have many activities in this faculty. Also, Dr. Frederick Thielen from Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management, Netherlands. Dr. Obul Bandapati from Bangalore. Also, Professor Forasuk from Chulalongkorn Universities. And later we will join us Dr. Pandu Harimurti from the World Bank, and also Dr. Anuraj Shankar from Oxford University. I also thanks to the organizing committee, the coordinator of internationalization, Professor Gunadi, also Dr. Diah Ayumira, and other person of and secretary and other position who coordinated this event since several months ago. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, during COVID and post-COVID pandemics, we see that many challenges are faced by our nations to improve our medical services. In general, professional collaboration is very important. But after that, we understand that the research is very important, which targeted the vaccines, new vaccine against COVID or the drugs, also for diagnostic tool. So in order to overcome this situation, translation research from basic to clinic, and also to implementation of patient care is very crucial aspect of the healthcare. So we are very happy to have you all here, to have a discussion, to have a mutual collaboration in the future. Yesterday, we celebrate our Independence Day. And today, I'm very happy to have you to have an independence discussion and collaboration. And hopefully, there are many things we can do in the future to improve our patient care. And officially, on the behalf of the Dean, the International Postgraduate Symposium 2023 opened. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Hamim. And now we are going to the keynote speech session. There will be two speakers to these sessions, and to lead these sessions, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Gunadi, PhD, Pediatric Surgeon Consultant, to lead this session. Pak Gunadi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start our plenary session. The first speaker will be Professor Ali Gufron. Please show the CV of him. Okay, Prof. Ali Gufron, can you hear me?
Sure.
Thank you, Prof.
Professor Gunadi.
Okay, thank you,
You're
Prof.
welcome.
Thank you for joining us. Professor Ali Gufron is currently President Director of BPJS Kesehatan. His PhD from University of Newcastle, Australia, and before he is a President Director, he was also Vice Minister of Health, and also our Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing. And I think his achievement is very good, and because of his limitation of time, we can start right now, Prof. Gufron.
Okay. So can you see my slide?
Yeah, still Zoom, Prof. Not slide yet.
Oh, still Zoom. Okay. Okay, right. So we would like to share it. Okay, now can you see this slide?
Yes, very good, Prof. If you may,
Okay.
slideshow. Yes, thank you, Prof.
Okay, okay. Okay. So can we start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank for this very important opportunity of the Symposium of Postgraduate Program on theme translating medical research and innovation into improved patient care. And of course, first of all, I would like to thank again for inviting me in this very important symposium in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing. And, you know, Excellencies, and the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, also Pak Hamim, the Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs, as well as Bu Dia, of course, all the other speakers, Prof. Maurice, Prof. Faraj, and also Dr. Obul Banabati from India, Dr. Vanderik, Anuraj, and Pak Pandu. Thank you, Prof. Gunadi, again. So I was assigned to talk about national financing policy for precision medicine. So there is my agenda. First, I would like to talk a little bit, a glimpse of BPJS Kesehatan performance, then drug policy under the JKN, and precision medicine, JKN payment system, and the conclusion. Okay, as we know that Indonesia, after we implementing JKN, or National Health Insurance Program, so within very short period of time, now we already reached 260.5 million population as our members. So if you see from the year 2014 up to the year 2023, always increasing. Little bit in the year 2020, it was not quite high, the increase because of the COVID. And now we are almost reached 94%. So it is quite huge number. So ladies and gentlemen, when we compare to the other countries, for example, as mentioned in Lancet, written by William P. Sadov, David, etc. So in Germany, to achieve universal health coverage, need around 127 years. In Belgium, it needs 118 years. So the very fast is in the South Korea to achieve universal health coverage need around 12 years. And in Indonesia, only within about around 10 years, we already achieve almost universal health coverage. So here, what we know about the JKN, or National Health Insurance Program. So if we compare, for example,
Kenapa dokter di Indonesia lebih memilih mendahulukan menyelamatkan pasien yang kaya daripada yang miskin? Sepertinya kalian itu salah negara deh. Cuman di Indonesia malah ada yang daftar periksa rumah sakit buat diperiksa spesialis pagi, diperiksa hari ini juga. Kalau di Singapura kalian harus menunggu 6 bulan lamanya guys. Kemudian 61% orang Malaysia juga merasa mereka menunggu terlalu lama untuk akhirnya dapat ketemu dokternya. Di Belanda sama juga, mau ketemu spesialis antri bisa sampai 6 minggu guys, ketemu dokter gigi 5 minggu. Kalau mau cepet ada biaya ekstra, itu pun gak murah dan mungkin telemedicine. Atau mau cek di UK nih alias Inggris, maximum waiting times mereka itu 18 weeks atau 18 minggu. Pernah nggak di Indonesia cuman mau ketemu dokter spesialis aja pakai BPJS nunggu jadwalnya sampai 18 minggu, 4 bulan. Inggris kali yang kayak gitu, yang budget kesehatan tahunannya mencapai 180 billion pounds. 180 billion pounds setahun itu setara dengan 3.000 triliun. Padahal BPJS cuma 100 triliun setahun. Seperberapa nih dari UK budgetnya nih? Dan waktu tunggu di sini lebih cepat. Jadi Indonesia dengan budget 1/10 kalinya daripada UK buat anggaran kesehatannya, tapi udah bisa universal healthcare dengan pelaksanaan yang lumayan. Sama seperti halnya di Surabaya ke Jakarta yang butuh waktu karena jarak yang ditempuh. Menunggu giliran diperiksa juga butuh waktu karena di depan kita ada orang lain yang juga butuh diperiksa. Kecuali
karena sepanjang hidup saya tinggal di Inggris, saya dilindungi oleh sistem jaminan kesehatan namanya NHS. Saya senang mengetahui Indonesia juga punya sistem kesehatan namanya BPJS. Karena punya sistem kesehatan nasional berarti semua orang gak usah khawatir kalau sakit dan harus bayar tagihan kesehatan yang mahal. Alhamdulillah saya sudah terdaftar BPJS, itu bikin saya lebih tenang karena saya dilindungi oleh BPJS.
Ya sayang, aku tahu walaupun kamu sudah punya BPJS, Cuma jangan lupa, sistemnya itu beda kayak di Inggris. Kita harus membayar setiap bulannya, atau menggunakan auto debit biar kita nggak lupa, sehingga keluarga kita semuanya itu terproteksi dan terlindungi oleh BPJS. Makanya jangan sampai telat bayar ya.
Ya, saya sudah tahu sayang. Saya bisa baca di website, ada bahasa Inggris juga tahu, biar aku lebih mengerti.
Ayo, buat kalian yang belum punya BPJS, buruan segera daftar. Istri saya aja yang orang Inggris punya BPJS. Karena banyak banget benefitnya.
And for any foreigners like me out there who are interested to know more about BPJS, don't forget to check out the BPJS website. They have lots of information on there in English as well.
Aku penasaran deh alasan kamu pengen banget daftar BPJS.
Yeah, Pak Gunadi, can you hear also video?
Yeah, a little bit lost
You hear?
connection. Yes, I mean not so clear.
Halo, Pak Gunadi.
Yes, now it's going clear, Prof.
Halo, Prof Gunadi.
Ya, Prof. Sekarang sudah oke, Prof.
Halo. Halo.
Iya,
Can
Prof.
you hear me?
Sekarang sudah oke, Prof. Boleh lanjut, Prof.
Clear. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then I continue. So now the BPJS already contracted more than 23,000 primary healthcare facilities and more than
Yeah, Prof.
So-
You may close your camera, Prof. You may turn off your camera.
okay.
Then your connection might be better.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Now
So
it's
can we
better.
continue?
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
please. Slide, Prof.
Okay, so more than 2,984 hospitals already contracted with BPJS Kesehatan.
Sorry, Prof. Can you show your slide, Prof?
So the slide is not.
Yes. Yeah, it's not appear now.
Oh, sorry. It is- Okay. Ini. Wait a minute. So can you see now the slide?
Not yet, Prof.
Project.
Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah. Please.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I just tried so because we already, making the innovation and research, and then of course the innovation and research, how then translating it into improved patient care, and then we were recognized by ISA. ISA is International Social Security Association, like this.
Yes, and now the winner can be announced. So I would like once again to congratulate all member institutions who took part in the competition. It was impressive to see the range and scope of the submissions. The one award we have not yet announced is, of course, the overall winner. So, from 168 entries in the jury had to select one that was outstanding and deserved to be awarded as the winner of the competition. So it is my great pleasure to announce the winner of the ISA Good Practice Award for Asia and the Pacific for 2021. The winner is the Social Security Administering Body for Health, BPJS Kesehatan Indonesia, for its
Give
National
applause
Health
to BPJS
Security
Kesehatan.
Program.
Congratulations, Prof.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So you can hear, yeah?
Yes, very good.
Okay. So now about the drug policy. Actually, the drug policy, we have a drug list and selling price, which is regulated by the law. And actually, every citizen and every JKN member is entitled to the drug services based on their medical needs. And of course, this include the personal and personal medicine, and we can discuss later. Then central and local government, along with health facilities, are responsible for the drug availability. That is not all people understood. So sometimes that, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Health and the local district health actually should responsible to make sure that drug is available. So the JKN drug benefit in primary care facilities is paid using capitation payment system and the fee schedule, especially for the chronic diseases medicine. And in hospital, the JKN drug benefit is paid using case-based payment system and fee schedule. For example, like chronic chemotherapy and special drug. And ladies and gentlemen, actually, drug and medical services for JKN members in health facilities should reference to the drug list formularium provided by the Ministry of Health. We call it in the form of National Formulary and Compendium of Medical Devices. Then the drug procurement by health facilities is conducted electronic purchasing and electronic catalog, and usually it is done in the national level by Ministry of Health and in the local, by district health office or maybe by the hospital. So about the precision medicine, as we know, precision medicine is very important, and it is the future medicine because the precision medicine is an emerging approach for disease prevention and treatment that considers people individual variation in genes, environment, and lifestyle. And the initiative is relevant to the existence of sequencing of the human genome, improved technology for biomedical analysis, and new tools for using large data set. Where in BPJS now, we have huge data. Every day, more than 1 million transactions we recorded. And of the precision medicine, actually our short-term goal, intensify efforts to apply precision medicine in cancer through innovative clinical trials, our targeted drug for adults and pediatric cancer, and of course, use the combination therapies and knowledge to overcome the drug resistance. And ladies and gentlemen, also, of course, actually, on the long term, we have some important goals that in the advanced pharmacogenomic, the right drug for the right patient at the right dose is really encouraged. And how we identify new target for treatment and prevention, and should be tested whether the mobile devices can encourage healthy behaviors of our members, and then lay scientific foundation for precision medicine for many diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, actually in BPJS Kesehatan, the key question is whether the national financing policy for precision medicine, or more specifically under the JKN scheme, is cover the precision medicine. So theoretically, of course, that under the JKN payment system, precision medicine can be paid by BPJS Kesehatan. If it is not yet, we should, through the process, whether as the part of the INA-CPGs or outside the INA-CPGs, we call it fee schedule, and then under the bundled payment system. And of course, how to the precision medicine can be paid by JKN. The step is first passing the health technology assessment by Ministry of Health. For example, if C2C-map, for the cancer or other drug, and then it should be assessed technologically by the Ministry of Health whether actually this new drug, especially precision drug, precision medicine, really cost effective and whether this will have the budget impact. Then if it is okay, cost effective, then included into JKN health benefit package, and this should be regulated under the Ministry of Health and should be included into national or hospital formulary and the catalog. So ladies and gentlemen, the drug availability remain one of the biggest challenge in JKN because sometimes in hospital, the lack of drug procurement capacity and low planning capability and procurement problem, especially in the remote area. So of course it is our challenge, but anyhow now BPJS Kesehatan is contracted with floating hospitals atau kapal rumah sakit di dalam kapal. Ladies and gentlemen, of course that BPJS Kesehatan has strategic role in drug purchasing, but because of the new regulation, that the strategic role in drug purchasing is under the Ministry of Health, not under BPJS Kesehatan. So therefore, it is better if we face the problem of medicine, BPJS Kesehatan actually should have more significant role in improving drug availability, ensuring patients receive proper medication, included the precision medicine as part of our medical standard and quality, like in the theme translating medical research and innovation into improved patient care. So therefore, now I would like to conclude my presentation that actually the type of provider payment system will determine how actually precision medicine can be covered under the JKN scheme. The first step is to enlist this precision medicine or the result of the innovation and the result should be, first assessed using health technology assessment, and if it is really cost effective, then should be included in the national formulary. Second, when precision medicine has passed the health technology assessment, and then regulatory requirements, of course, it is needed, and further arrangements are necessary to ensure drug availability, which is major challenge of JKN. And then ensuring the availability and affordability of the precision medicine might be one of the key ingredients for a more effective and efficient JKN program. I think now we improve the prevention.
Apakah Anda sudah jadi peserta dukung gotong royong lepasan negara tak kalah sakit atau Anda
Jangan lupa untuk jadi peserta pola hidup sehat. Yuk jaga bersama dengan BPJS yang semakin terasa.
Yeah, okay. I think this is what I already presented from Gunadi.
Yeah.
And of course, now BPJS is emphasizing on promotion, prevention, and screening. So by using screening, and if you have innovation and result, which is more cost effective for improving the quality of care, because that you have precision medicine. So it is very welcome, and we have to, as I mentioned, have the technology assessment. If it is really cost effective, then we can, proposing into national formulary, drug formulary. I think that is all, and again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Gufron.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Yeah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause to Prof. Gufron. So because the Prof. Gufron have limitation of time, we may have a picture together with all speaker and participants, Prof, before you leave the Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yopi.
We welcome.
Okay.
For the photo sessions, I would like to invite all the participants to getting closer in the middle of the seat, and
I think Prof. Gufron here. It should be here.
okay,
Right?
so we can capture the screen on the Zoom, Pak Gunadi. Or karena nggak cukup Pak depan semua.
Cukup kayaknya. Kita di sini aja.
Oke.
Nggak apa-apa.
Oke, baik. So kami undang untuk Bapak Ibu semua peserta untuk bisa bergabung bersama kami. So we invite all the participants and also speakers and invited guests to join with Pak Gunadi on the stage for the photo session.
Ya, Prof. Gufronnya sendiri bisa nggak gede? Jangan ada peserta. Please, come forward. Yes. Nah, gitu bagus. Bentar ya, Prof.
Okay, no problem.
Kami undang untuk Bapak Ibu, Mas Mbak untuk bisa bergabung. Mbak Dian, Mas Aryo, Zulfa. So can you help me to capture this moment? And also Mas Itam.
Mungkin ada yang bisa ke atas bersama speakernya, boleh. Yang sebelah kanan dan sebelah yang dekat-dekat tangga kanan kiri itu, sisi kanan kiri itu bisa ke atas aja. Terus yang tengah bisa merapat lagi. Yang di depan tengah bisa merapat lagi. Dok, merapat lagi dek, geser, ya geser lagi, ya lagi. Ya, ya.
White.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Yeah, Prof. Gufron, thank you very much. So if we,
Yeah. Hey.
thank you, Prof. See you next time, Prof.
Okay, you're welcome, and please allow me to leave the forum.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Give one more
You're
time,
welcome.
please give applause to Prof. Ali Gufron.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Prof.
bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Now, without further ado, please, Prof. Maurice for the second speaker. Please show the CV.
I'll wait for everybody to get seated.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
Prof.
that's
Maurice
me.
is from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He got his PhD from Maastricht University, Netherlands. And now, currently he is a professor of dermatology and skin biology, School of Medicine, Nanyang Technological University. See, he has many, of course, many good, very high impact publication. Please, Prof. Maurice.
Thanks,
Time is yours.
Thanks very much, Prof. Gurnadi. Thanks also to the organization for having me once more here in the lovely city of Yogyakarta, which is my second home, as some of you may know. I come here often and with great pleasure. My wife, who as you also may know is Indonesian, she owns a home here in Jogja as well. So it's good to be back. I was asked to talk about my experience in translational medicine. So, and specifically, this is the title that was given to me, Bench to Bedside Experience. I put under it the utility of what we like to call use-inspired basic science. Can I have the first slide, please? Is this something, can I click myself here, or do I need to say next slide, please? Like in the old days of slide decks and stuff. Some of you may remember when we had to go and take slides, actual physical slides to conferences, you remember? That's horrible. And those slide projectors would always jam. And certainly if you had a double slide projection, right? And there's one advantage to it, is that you could always go and resort these things very, very easily, which I still miss a bit. I mean, the slide sorter view in PowerPoint, it just really isn't it. So I guess I'll just have to go next slide, please. Because I don't have a clicky thingy. Can we please go back? Here's my friend already. Can we please go back to the... Yes, that's me. Another slide, please. Another slide. Oh, that should be hidden. Anyhow, yes, so this is what I wanted to show. When you basically Google translational medicine, that's what you get there on the left. I borrowed that from a pharmaceutical company's website. I forget which one. And so the idea is there that there will be a seamless, or there can be a seamless translation to whatever happens in the lab to what actually happens at the bedside of the patient. And that's the much abused sentence, bench to bedside and translational medicine and translational and whatnot. And of course, it's much easier said than done, right? If it were easy, I wouldn't be standing here. And one problem with that, next slide please, and the next slide please, is that people seem to think that if you let guys like me here in the somewhat romanticized setting, I assure you this is not what my lab looks like, but this is what Midjourney thinks, the AI thinks what lab looks like. So I'm not an artist, right? But I asked an AI to basically come up with a picture of a really distinguished scientist, yours truly, going about and doing some interesting stuff in their lab. And so what people seem to think is that you can take this, with the scientists doing whatever they please, right, and then go and translate that somehow, right, the blue sky type of research. And the reality of this is that, can we have the next slide, please? Is that this is rarely the case. You all know this guy, right, Albert Einstein. And I asked Midjourney to draw him in space, and why is because his theory of general relativity found some unexpected use many years later in GPS. Because, you know, for fast-moving satellites and so on, time dilation is an issue. And you measure time wrongly in GPS, you end up you know, in a river someplace instead of the restaurant where you wanted to go. And so nobody, certainly not Einstein, would have predicted that this could happen. Actually, Einstein in the present academic system would have not gotten tenure because he simply wasn't producing enough. You know, he wrote a few papers. His Hertz index back in the day was like 4 or something. He did get a Nobel Prize, not for general relativity though, but for photoelectric effect. And so the point of this is that in that sort of research, if you let things happen, if you let things go, there will be the occasional translation, right? You let somebody who's interested in cellular waste disposal, like Chichanova, you let them discover the proteasome. 50 years later, we have a treatment targeting the proteasome. It's called bortezomib, right, for plasmacytoma and related conditions. And so if you want to do translation, can I have the next slide, please? What you really have to do is this. And that, to most academic scientists, is anathema. You have to start with the end in mind, which basically means that you'll have to tell your scientist, go there, which is what we do in industry. Right? In industry, you set out to solve a problem. You don't set out to gather knowledge. And I think that's probably the major cause of mismatch between, you know, and a major issue in translational medicine is that people confuse gathering knowledge with solving a problem. It's not the same. You want to solve a problem that entails a certain way of doing your research, and I can talk more about that later, and we can talk about that after this, because, you know, it's not an easy thing to do and not an easy thing to talk about in the confines of a 30-minute talk, but I'll do my best and try and illustrate how we go about this process, how I went about this process in one of my favorite skin conditions. Can I have the next slide, please? And my motto for these things, and what really put me on that path, is some of my patients that I show here who had genetic skin disorders. So I grew up as a dermatologist doing genetic skin disease. That's my first love in dermatology, if you will. And what always interested me in my research is, why do they look like that? Why people come into your clinic, and the question is, why? And how do I solve their problem? Because, you know, can basically tell, you know, looking at them, some of them have really bad problems. And so how do you go about solving that? And the way to go about that is what we call use-inspired basic research. And sometimes, in order to solve problems that people have, you need to go really, really deeply into the basic biology that they have. But only there where you need to go. Can I have the next slide, please? And so the way that I go about that, and I'm going to show you how we do it, is departing from the basic principle that everything is genetic. Maybe not trauma, but, you know, risk-seeking behavior definitely is a genetic thing. So maybe even trauma. Next slide, please. And the thing about genetics, as a tool for doing translational research in dermatology, as a tool for getting you where you need to be, is the fact that genetics reveal disease architectures. That's another common misconception, right? If you have, say, a genetic condition that causes a particular symptom, say acne, then people ask, but people with acne don't have that mutation. Say, no, they don't. It's not the point. It's like with cooking, right? You eat a dish and you're like, oh, that's so nice. And the next day you go back to the same restaurant, eat the same dish, it's off. It's too salty. Then you know there's salt in there. It's part of the architecture of the dish. And the same goes for the genetics. The genetic mutations that we find, the genetic predispositions that we find in GWAS, in monogenic disorders, they reveal underlying pathways and systems. You don't need to worry about individual gene mutations. That's often a red herring. And so can I have the next slide, please? And one of the diseases that I set my sights on based on an observation in my patients with genetic disorders is acne. It's a top 10 genetic condition, top 10 skin condition, actually one of the most common conditions worldwide. People often do not realize how really, really common skin diseases are. Right? Up to 26% of the population in Singapore have a skin disease. 26%. That's almost more than anything else. Up to 90% of adolescents in developed countries get acne. 90%. The numbers are staggering. And the impact on quality of life is staggering. The health economic impact is staggering. Acne alone, just acne alone, is $11 billion per year, and that's only for the people who seek treatment, which is 1 in 11. So just extrapolate. Skin care, just the care for healthy skin, is $165 billion annually, just for stuff that people use to keep their skin looking good. So just imagine, right? And that's out-of-pocket spending for the health economics people amongst us. It's not the healthcare system that spends that even. Next slide, please. And so many people have acne, and as a result, there's a great many people catering to that. Big market, big market. So, this, if you just Google, there's a lot of stuff that you can find there. The problem with that is most of it doesn't do anything. Next slide, please. And so people really do all of this. I kid thee not. They put urine on their faces. They will put vodka on their faces, as opposed to drinking it. The well-to-do amongst us can actually go for gold foil. Now it's real. Window cleaner, check, has been done. Snail slime, also. And various herbs and spices that most of us really associate with good food, rather than with skincare. Next slide, please. And so, I guess this statement is true. Maybe you cannot read it in the back, but it's a big shot from Einstein College of Medicine. There's Einstein again saying that we really need new things in acne because there's nothing new. And there's a problem, right? So there we go. Here's a problem that we need to solve. We want to solve acne. I'm not necessarily interested in how oil glands in the skin work. I mean, it's nice to know, but I want to solve acne. So what do we need to solve acne? I need to look at genetic disorders because they reveal the disease architecture. And that in turn will inspire me to see where do I look, right? And so next slide, please. So where do I look? Can I have the next slide? Just as a reminder. So this is where I look. Those are, with the exception of one, those are all my own patients. And so they have diseases, genetic conditions that are called severe acne in puberty, invariably. And that severe acne responds to standard medication, showing me that yes, this is just regular garden variety acne, but in them it's unavoidable. It's uncommonly severe, which means that whatever genetic condition they have is inputting into that disorder. And so, what is the story? What do the genes tell us? The gene tells us it's about tissue remodeling. It's the process whereby connective tissue, the stuff that leather is made of, is being remodeled during puberty. And remodeling means that some is broken down, some is made again, right? The enzymes involved there, genes involved, MMP2, MMP14, they're what we call matrix metalloproteases. So they're in the business of digesting connective tissue, making room for things like growth, right? In puberty you grow, so your tissue has to grow with you, it has to expand. And so it will have to be broken down, otherwise it gets too tight and then you get, like a snake shedding its skin. Snakes do not do this. Snakes do not get acne. Next slide, please. And so the question, of course, is then, okay, how does that then relate to sporadic acne? Because clearly people with sporadic acne do not have those mutations. I think that's glaringly obvious, right? You don't look like you have, say, Apert syndrome or Winchester syndrome or something of the sort. Next slide, please. And the key there is in trying to understand, okay, what exactly happens to the oil glands in the skin at puberty? Because we know that acne is a disease of the structures that surround the oil gland. Well, that's what happens. So pre-puberty, what you're looking at is basically a hair follicle in the face. And attached to it, that's the oil gland, and it's rudimentary. It's very, very, very small. Now at puberty, and that's the same magnification, it grows to that. So you get this massive ballooning expansion of the sebaceous gland in the face and chest area, probably because at puberty we need to start spreading pheromones to attract a mate. And where do you spread pheromones? Well, obviously where potential partners can actually smell them. So there's no point in putting them on your buttocks. So you put them on your face, right? And the price we pay for that convenience is acne. And so that massive growth, that is the key. Can I have the next slide, please? And why is that the key? Now, and you see as how we move on, I'm stepping back ever further into very basic biology, right? And I did not set out to understand the basic biology of the sebaceous gland. I mean, it's a lofty goal. But, you know, I honestly don't, I could care less. I could care less. I want to solve acne. But, you know, in order to do so, I need to learn a whole bunch of stuff. And so we've done genetics. We've looked at sporadic disease. We have seen, okay, what exactly happens during puberty, during the gland? We see the massive growth. So now we need to ask ourselves, okay, how does the gland grow then? What happens? The sebaceous gland is what we call a holocrine gland, which means that in order to make sebum, the cells die. Have to have constant renewal. And in order for any tissue to grow, any organ to grow, at the onset of puberty or at any other time, what you need to do is you need to mobilize stem cells. That's how it works. Now the stem cells for the sebaceous gland, they live in that thing up there called JZ. It's called the junctional zone. And that's where the stem cells sit that make the sebaceous gland. So at puberty, these cells there have the job of making massive numbers of new cells to feed into that sebaceous gland. It has to grow from really tiny to that massive cauliflower-like thing that you see there. And it's a uniquely human thing. So mice do not make sebaceous glands that size. They don't experience this massive growth at puberty. So they don't get acne unless we make them, and I will show you later how we do that. And so the key thing to understand is at puberty there's a signal, there's a hormonal signal, no testosterone, no acne, we know that much, that drives these cells to experience massive growth. Now what happens in acne, next slide please. And that is what the tissue remodeling story tells us, is a pile-up. You see, in puberty, these cells have to grow, and they have to, you know, that compartment, that stem cell compartment grows and grows and grows, but obviously these cells have to move to where they need to be. Right? They have to walk, literally walk to the sebaceous gland, and there becomes sebaceous gland. If they're stuck, they just sit there and boom, 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 grow and grow and grow. There's the pile-up, what you see, that's called the blackhead. So the blackheads that we all know, that are so nice to squeeze, right? I'm sure you know Dr. Pimple Popper. I met her in Singapore. She's a real superstar now, actually, because of, you know, popping pimples. So there, maybe you chose the wrong profession, right? You should have a YouTube channel, Popping Pimples. So blackheads make people rich. Next slide, please. So this is what the blackhead looks like. And that's the pile-up. So you see there up there is stuck progenitors, right? So all the stem cells are supposed to go there. See, they're supposed to go to the sebaceous gland, but they never get there. They get stuck for, you know, there's a number of reasons there. Growth, genetic defects, one reason. Overstimulation by hormones, you know, like bodybuilders, that's another reason. Dioxin poisoning, that's another reason. All of these can lead to these cells getting stuck. And they don't become sebaceous glands, they stick there and they grow and grow because they have nowhere to go, but they keep dividing, right? So they make a blackhead, it's very simple. And so as a result, the actual sebaceous gland, the actual oil gland, of course, is tiny. Which explains a mystery that's been plaguing the field for many years, because why is this gland so small? Because everybody thought acne is caused by overproduction of oil, of skin oil. Well, no. They're tiny. Now we know, right? The stem cells get stuck. So you see how, you know, moving back and stepping back, you know, we find ourselves doing stem cell biology. And so, which is turning the thing on its head. Most stem cell scientists would go and science stem cells, right? They would go and study stem cells for the sake of understanding their behavior, which is really important that people do it. But don't be under the illusion that you can translate it at any point in time. If you want to translate it, you need to go the other way around. You need to go from bedside to bench. That's the only way. And then hope that you're successful. And there's a few skills that you need to develop along the way. And one of them is a very unacademic thing. It's called stopping projects. And sticking to the point. Because most of us, in academic funding, you know, you set out with a couple of original goals. And more often than not, I'm guilty as charged as well, you end up with a completely different set of goals, and you just give the funders some, you know, some story on, well, you know, this is why I did something completely different with your money from what I set out to do. If you're going to do that in this type of research, that's going to fail. dramatically. And certainly in my case, we cannot do that often because much of my research work is actually industry funded. And that's a completely different deal. We as academics need to look more at industry actually in terms of how to manage projects and how to keep our eyes on the prize and how to do goal-oriented work and how to manage budgets, not to mention. So anyhow, and so these things like this bottleneck and the stop progenitors, those are my therapeutic targets. I don't need to do anything about the atrophic gland. That's not interesting. I need to do something about those stem cells that keep growing. I need to do something about the bottleneck, or both. That's very simple. So here's my translation. I know now what to target. Can I have the next slide, please? But if I want to target it, I need to understand what makes it tick. So what controls the progenitor cells? What makes them decide to become a sebaceous gland and grow? And I'll just spare you this slide here. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so what makes those things grow, we found out, is a system called wingless signaling, and many of you will be familiar with it from things like cancer and so on. It's a very highly conserved signaling system that controls differentiation in your gut. But gut, in essence, is nothing more than invaginated skin with some complicated stuff tacked on top of it. So the systems that control differentiation of folds in the skin versus folds in the gut are exactly the same. So the mice that we made, they also had gut problems. So what we did is we activated wingless signaling in sebaceous gland stem cells in mice. And by doing that, gave them acne. So what you see there, I want you to look at panel G. And what you see there, that's a blackhead in mice. Yeah, we got that by specifically activating wingless signaling in that progenitor compartment. So now I know, okay, wingless signaling is a potential therapeutic target. Because next slide, please. This is just to illustrate how similar to a human blackhead the mouse blackhead is, but I'm assuming you're believing me. Next slide, please. This is what I wanted to show. So what we did is saying, okay, these mice look like they got acne. The lesion that they have is indistinguishable from the human lesion. If it looks the same, if it barks like a dog and moves like a dog, it's going to behave like a dog. It's not going to be acting like a giraffe. And so say, okay, it's acne. Let's put on a retinoid, vitamin A derivative, which works in acne. We know it's the best drug we have in acne. And there you go. If you look at the top panel, you can see here, if you will look at that and say the second column, top row, second column, there you will see that if we treat these mice with vitamin A, and we did that for about 4 days, they no longer develop the blackheads, which is exactly what happens in humans that you treat with retinoids. But these data also show, for those among you that are in the know, if you look at axin-2 is a wingless target. Axin-2 is a gene that is activated by wingless signaling. If you look in the last column, you can see that retinoids actually shut that down. So retinoids, vitamin A, works in acne by shutting down wingless signaling. There you go, there's your translation. Because retinoids, vitamin A, those are the most commonly used and most effective drugs that we have in acne, and certainly the only ones that actually cure the condition. Why do they cure it? Because they tackle the root cause of the problem, which is wingless signaling. And the irony here is that we've known for about 30 years that retinoids inhibit wingless signaling from developmental biology. We've known this for a very, very long time. But nobody ever thought to connect that. And so there you see there's the mismatch between the actual use of it and the actual basic science. The basic science has known this for a long time. Nobody made the connection. And there's your translational gap, or the valley of death, or however everybody wants to call it. The translational gap is there because they went about it the wrong way. Next slide, please. So, are human comedos Wnt active? Yes, they are. All the red dots are basically axin-2 molecules. Next slide, please. And what does the GWAS, or genome-wide association studies in sporadic patients, say? What's the most important signal in acne is wingless signaling, and that's been repeated over and over again now in different cohorts from China to Estonia. The most important risk factor for acne in the general population is a gain of function in wingless signaling. Again, proving the point that, This is the actual target, retinoids work to do this. So how do we then translate that into an actual real-life application? Because, we have retinoids, they're fantastic, they act on, so we know now, so now we can go home and relax and sit on the beach, or, whatever, I'm done. Not exactly, right? The reason for doing this is that retinoids are very powerful drugs, they have lots of side effects. I cannot just give them to anybody who has acne. I want something that's more specific. I want something that they can use in the skincare context, because remember, 10 out of 11 people with acne, they will seek their solution to their problem in skincare. They will go to a salon, they will go to a beauty parlor, they will not go to the doctor. So I need something that I can put in skincare and that will tackle that problem. So I need to look for INCI listed, international named cosmetics ingredient listed drugs that are out there already, that are not encumbered by any patents, that are not encumbered by any safety considerations, but I can just go and formulate without any trouble, stick in a cream and put on a face. So how do I do that? Next slide, please. It means, can I have the next slide, please? This is just to hammer home the point again. Yes, there's this one. So I have to go and become quite nerdy again. I actually have to have a sort of an in vitro model that I can use to do drug screening with, because how else would I predict the proper efficacy? And I cannot just only go looking for wingless signaling, because wingless signaling is highly complicated. And I'm not quite sure which of the many Wnt targets, 16 ligands in humans alone, and 4 receptors and 6 co-receptors, which of the ones I'm supposed to go and be hitting. So I need a phenotypic screen. I don't need a target screen. I need a phenotypic screen.
Sorry,
so,
Prof. Maurice.
I'm over time? Oh,
yeah, 2 minutes left.
Okay, well that's perfect, because I only need 2 more minutes. Yeah, there. So what I need is, sebaceous gland stem cells, right? Because I know those are my targets. And I can grow them in culture. Here we go. I can grow them in matrix gel, but I also can grow them in a synthetic gel. I can take these cells and grow them, and they behave like mini sebaceous glands. So here's my system. And I know that retinoids, my reference drug, will inhibit their growth because they inhibit Wnt signaling. And I've shown that these things are dependent on Wnt signaling. And if I inhibit wingless secretion in this system, they won't grow. So I have a perfect readout. Either I get organoids or I do not. It's very nice for screening. Right? I just look for compounds that kill organoid formation. And those then, in turn, are theoretically useful for putting on people with acne and prevent their blackheads from forming, which I can test clinically. It's not that difficult to do so. Right? So we have ourselves in a very nice translational path. And this would be lovely if it actually worked for a slide shorter. Next slide, please. And so we did that. So here you see the results of a screen. It's in a 96 well plate. So throughput is not that great, but it suffices. This is rapamycin, I think familiar for many people, right? mTOR antagonist. Doesn't work. This is an organoid, that's an organoid. Here's my untreated control. So these black blobs basically are organoids. Here's isotretinoin. As you can see, there's not much left, right? It's all just single cells, and all the single cells are dying. Right? Accutane, that's Accutane. Accutane works because it just puts the brakes on those progenitors. They stop growing, so your blackheads stop growing. But your sebaceous glands, they keep getting smaller and smaller, so you get really dry skin. That's why you get dry skin out of retinoids, right? Again, very simple. You stop, it takes a long time for it to come back because you're actively killing stem cell compartments. And they either recover or they do not. But that's why they're curative. And they make sure that the problem can't return. That's why retinoids cure acne. Very simple. And nobody ever knew. But if you actually do the work like we did, you find out that your actual explanation is that simple. And it will allow you to go and look. And these are just cosmetics compounds that have not yet been used for acne. And especially this one, you look at compound 3. Right? It kills organoid formation stone dead. It's even better than isotretinoin. And this is an INCI listed compound. Right? So I hope that I managed to convince you that, I'm not saying this is the only way, by the way, but I'm saying that this is the way that works. That if you go and look at problems that people have, and you actually set out to solve the problem, and keep your eyes on the prize, and discard unnecessary things, and be agile about how you jump between levels of doing science, because that's another thing, right? People sometimes think it's a linear progression. It's not. You need to jump between clinical level and translational science. You need to jump sometimes to really basic things like stem cell biology, and sometimes you need to jump somewhere in the middle and try and understand phenomena for what they are. Then you can actually go and do translational medicine successfully. It's a long process, I can tell you that. I think my dermatology friends in this audience, they will know that I have told parts of this story 6-7 years ago, and this is how long we've been at it. So it's not fast by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly faster than general relativity ever got out into space. So we've done that much. Can I have the last slide, please? Or penultimate slide. Yeah, so it's not just me, right? There's a lot of people that have been involved in this work over the years and over both time and space, with a special shout out to my friend Sin Hong Lim, whom I ran a lab with for many years in A-Star, which was a very pleasurable experience. Then he left for pastures greener. He's now a venture capitalist in California. Next slide, please. And there's a whole bunch of people and organizations and industry partners who believed in us enough to fund the sometimes wild ideas. But I think that our experience over the past few years has more than vindicated the approach. So I'm looking forward to doing more, and maybe in different skin conditions as we move forward. And hopefully a couple of years from now, I can stand here again and show you some examples of other things that we did in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maurice. If I may summarize your lecture about bench to bedside experience, Prof. Maurice used acne as a model. That this is the model for precision medicine, because according to in vitro experiment, that there is Wnt signaling as the most important signaling for the acne pathogenesis, and in vitro experiment using mice, that retinol vitamin A is very effective, block the Wnt signaling. And another evidence that a GWAS experiment in China and Estonia established the evidence, the role of Wnt signaling in acne. And last not the least, the human sebaceous organoid can identify the anticomedonic activities. Okay, I think because this is the...
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Prof. Maurice. Give applause to Prof. Maurice. Because this is the keynote speaker, there is no QA answer session that you may ask to Prof. Maurice later on. And before we give to the MC, this symposium also attending by Ministry of Health, staff of Ministry of Health. As you might already know, that Indonesia, particularly Ministry of Health, developed the Biomedical and Genome Science Initiative for Precision Medicine. So that's why this conference is very, very, very fit for the program. Dr. Ines Atmo Sukarto. Okay. Please give applause, Dr. Ines Atmo Sukarto and Dr. Iren Indalau. Okay, maybe later on we can discuss with the speaker from overseas. And then thank you. Give applause again for this session, and I give to Pak Yopi.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Grandi, and also all the speakers in the keynote speech stations, and to all participants and audiences. We have 10 minutes until 15 minutes to enjoy the refreshments, so you can grab some refreshment in the lobby auditorium. So we will back to the auditorium at 10:15. So just please enjoy the refreshment. Silakan kepada Mas Bapak Ibu menika bisa menikmati coffee break sampai nanti pukul 10.10 J.
Yes, yeah, very, very looking forward to that. very noble, challenging aim of sequencing 1 million.
Yeah, we start with 10,000. We'll start with 10,000. The minister wants 1 million, but we'll start with 10,000 over the next year, and then we are going to be gradually increasing that. So it's a big challenge because we're starting from zero, right? So we've had to establish processes, infrastructure, how we work together. So yeah, I think we're just about to now start. We started the recruitment, and people like Dr. Professor have been recruiting. So I think we've got about 2,000 now in the biobank, and we'll slowly start sequencing them.
For Genomics Thailand, we now recruited more than 30,000, but the first 2 years is like maybe 3,000. Then the next year
it's just like, I think once you have the processes growing, and once you know that everyone knows exactly how they should be doing it, then it's kind of like it's kind of like it just goes through the process. But making sure that it's established well, that's the challenge. Yeah, that's what we are doing at the moment. So that's why, we're coming around to the 9 hospitals that are the key, and we're looking at how they're prepared, how their processes are in place, that everybody knows what they're supposed to do. We have all the backup systems and things like that.
and you have a centralized biobank, DNA extraction center, sequencing center, and data management, the high performance computer, centralized one center.
Centralized, but we are also empowering each of the hospitals to do their own targeted sequencing type programs, right? So each of the hospitals have got like a lower throughput machines, and they can also use the samples that they've recruited for very specific programs, like developing and validating like targeted sequencing panels, for example. But the whole genome sequencing, that's all done centrally.
Which sequencing platform you
That was not my choice.
Which are your three?
So Illumina, ONT, and BGI. BGI we have them also.
So one sample go through all the 3 sequencing platform?
No, I think I would like to put a proportion of them with all 3 sequencing, but I think we'll just put, and the challenge is in deciding who goes where. Right. And I really would like to hear you, but I'm actually not a genomics person, I'm just but I was involved in the conception of this program, right? So I would like to hear how, I mean, for example, for me, putting the cancer samples through the ONT, this is long range sequencing, we can get replication information, there's like some reasons why we would, for example, put those samples on the long range. But then, I don't know, if I split, for example, like I have 2,000 diabetes patients, and I split them over Illumina and BGI. Can I pull the data together and do the analysis? This is what I need people like you to tell me.
It can, but challenging.
So it's better to, at the moment, maybe do like one cohort for one. That's my feeling, because I think that's lower risks, right?
And even BGI, MGI, Illumina, and ONT, and that technology is fast developing.
All the time, especially ONT, they keep on changing.
I met you in Bangkok. Yeah, actually, he's the one that I told her that I thought.
Yes. I heard so many good things, so that's why I'm already trying to pick his brain. I'm already picking his brain.
Well, I heard that one of your professors had like heart attack. How is he right now? Okay, now back in Indonesia. Okay.
Had a heart attack while in Thailand.
About 2 weeks ago.
meeting. It speaks well of your system. That's very good part. That's very. Yeah.
No, it's actually what's that disease? It's a genetic muscular disorder, right?
A lot of these things tend to be. Yes, yeah, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Also, a great moderator. You do everything.
Rare diseases. I mean, yeah, that's interesting because, like, for us, like, we had to fight, not fight, we had to build a very strong argument with the ministry to get them to support rare disease.
Exactly. How is it
Because
don't like the word rare?
it's like, oh, because you see, I'm not from, I mean, I support the ministry, but I'm not from the ministry. I'm a researcher in Australia and external. And I was like, it's like rare disease. It's like the best case for genomics, right? It's like, there is no, there's like, yes, that's the first application. So many presentations. I had to make so many presentations to the minister, and then eventually goes, oh, okay. It's like, all right. But now, slowly, because in a country of 280 million people, even rare is not so rare, right? In Australia, 5 million, it's much rarer. In Indonesia, rare is not so rare, and if you combine them all together, then it becomes not rare.
5% of population.
That's exactly it, right?
I guess it's similar in any population. If you combine all
It's for me, and maybe I should, maybe you can give me some tips. Explaining to the policy makers why having the capacity to diagnose through genomics and give them a definitive diagnosis is important. Because for a lot of these diseases, we don't have treatment. So having the diagnosis doesn't necessarily mean better treatment. So how do you deal with that?
Well, they care about the financial aspect. So you have to show them, even though you cannot, for some diseases, you can treat them with specific treatment, but overall, the budget is probably decreasing because you don't have to do some unnecessary. You can provide prenatal care. So for one family, they don't have 3 or 4 children with intellectual you can, and for some diseases, you have specific treatment. So financial aspects is number one.
That speaks to the policy maker.
Right, and number 2, you need to get the patients and to have let's say, a society, a group, a support group.
Empowers them.
Right, and then ask them, empower them to talk to the policymakers. So that is a very strong movement going to speak to this.
Teman-teman TI yang di belakang, sebentar. Mas C bisa ditampilkan slide-nya Pak Obul. Coba dicek Mas. Obul. Mas Teguh bisa dikonekkan keluar. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu peserta yang masih berada di lobby auditorium, kami undang untuk bisa segera bergabung di dalam lobby untuk memulai sesi selanjutnya. Once again, I would like to invite all those participants who are still on the lobby auditorium to join with me the auditorium because in the few moments the session will be conducted. So I would like to invite all the participants who are still on the lobby auditorium to join with us, because in a few moments the first panel will be begin shortly. Okay, everyone, so welcome back to International Postgraduate Symposium 2023, and now we are going to the first panel for today's sessions that will discuss about basic knowledge of translational research. There will be 3 speakers from India, and also Thailand, and also from Singapore who give their presentations, and I would like to invite all the participants to give comments and also the questions, and let me highlight there is no dumb question. So if you want to just give the question, just give it, and if you not only question, you can also give the comments or your reflection based on your experiences. And to lead this first panel, I would like to invite Dr. Dia Ayumira Aktarina from Department of Dermatology and Venereology to lead this session. Dr. Mira, stage is yours. And we will have time until 11:45, Dr. Mira. So maybe you can optimize the time.
Thank you, Mas Yopi, for opening the session. Dear professors, doctors, and colleagues, thank you for joining our International Postgraduate Symposium 2023. And I'm honored to be the moderator of the first session on basic knowledge of translational research. There will be 3 talks in this session. The first talk is about utilization of NGS technology for diagnosis in patients by Professor Forasuk Shotelersu. A second talk is about translational research in biotechnology by Professor Bendapali. And the third talk is about from skin biology to drug discovery by Professor Maurice van Steensel. All together will be followed by 30 minutes discussion. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Forasuk Shotelersu. Good morning, Prof. Can you join me in the stage? Please show the CV of Professor Forasuk Shotelersu, please. On the screen is a short CV of Professor Forasuk Shotelersu. And 25-minute time, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning, the Dean, executive, professors, academia, students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share with you about genomics medicine and precision health. Please allow me to start with, can I just use this signal? Thank you so much. It means next, please, with some statistics. Let's focus on this part, this table. Let's say there are 80 people in this room. It means that health expenditure for us, for all of our 80 people, can afford only 2 people in the US. We spend 219 US dollars for health per capita per year, while in the US it's 43 times higher. So you may think the results are different. They spend a lot more than us. So what's the result? Next, please. Look here, the US, Thailand, and this is the healthy, not total, the healthy life expectancy. The US is 66, Thailand is 68 years. So it's even longer. We know, it's obvious that the US is the leading in science, innovation, technology, but probably not public health. So one of our strengths is we have a center, an organization to assess, to evaluate new technologies. If the cost benefit is clear, then we adopt it and use it in public health. And what is the technologies that's currently we are evaluating? Look at WHO. It's an organization that will care about health for all of us, not just people in the high resource countries. So what do they have to say? They establish Science Council. And this council has one main function: to identify emerging science and technology with the potential for an impact on global health. And WHO established this council just 2 years ago. And this council identified genomic technologies that have a significant implications for public health. Next, please. And governments all over the world. Now, it's said that integrating genomics into healthcare is a global responsibility. It's not just medicine, it's public health. Next, please. So what I'm gonna discuss with you is about these two: sequencing technologies and its applications. So I'm gonna show you these sequencing technologies in 3 eras: pre-NGS era, then short read and long read NGS, and then how it applied to medicine, public health, and then for health. First, the pre-NGS era. Start with this baby girl. She came to our hospital 23 years ago in coma. And we know that if we couldn't identify, if we couldn't give her a definite diagnosis, and she wouldn't survive the next 24 hours. Very severe. But very fortunate that her disease matched my medical specialty. I was trained as a clinical biochemical geneticist. That's less than 5 people in the whole Thailand with 70 million people. So because of some clinical clues, I can diagnose that this baby is very likely to have a disease called holocarboxylase synthase deficiency. If she had another disease, immunological or any other diseases, she would have died already because I couldn't diagnose her. But we couldn't depend on luck. Please. Okay, right now she's 23, 24 years old, graduated, became an economist. She could do statistics, calculus, so normal intellectual. Otherwise, she would have died. Next, please. But this year, 2023, it's not the year 2000. We should not depend on luck that much. Matching between the disease the patient has and the specialty the doctor seeing the patient was trained. So what's the system, what's the technology that could help? Now we are moving from hypothesis first. The doctor has to hypothesize what disease this patient has. Let's say disease A. Send her sample to a lab to test whether she really has disease A or not. If not, then we have to come back and gather information and then hypothesize whether it's disease B or not. Send sample to the lab to test whether it's disease B, yes or no. No. Today, we don't have to use that approach, hypothesis first. We now use data first. We can do exome, genome. Next, please. This is one example of what we call rare disease. Rare disease, by definition, each disease is rare, less than 1 in 2,000. But because there are more than 10,000 different entities, so in the population level, it has more than 8%. So in Thailand, of 70 million population, it has to be more than 5 million patients with one of these rare diseases. And 80% of these diseases has a genetic component. If we don't have a tool, then it's gonna take years. If the patients allow us to take time, many of them don't allow us. They just die with no diagnosis. But if they allow us some time, we are gonna take, on average, 5 to 7 years to give them a diagnosis. But because today we have a great tool that's gonna decrease the time from the presentation to diagnosis from 7 years to just days. What is that technology? So I'm gonna, that's short read NGS. It comes to clinic at about 2010. Next, please. When I was trained as a geneticist, if I could get, let's say, 500 base pair in one run, that's already made my day. Right now, it's million times faster. And not just that, it's million times cheaper. So let's say if we do a project today, and it takes us a year. If we started 20, 30 years ago, it's gonna take 1,000,000 years to finish. That's a lot different. Next, please. These are some of the sequencing equipments that we have in our center. It's like a refrigerator, but about $1 million per one equipment. Next, please. Two examples of the applications of short-read NGS. How many of you are pediatricians or internists? Okay, taking care of patients, well, in ICU. If you have a patient that yesterday they were fine with no history of being stuck by a car or drowning or having a toxic mushroom, but today they are so severe and acute. So what's the cost? What's our conventional approach is, so we send blood, urine, and everything that we can do, but many of them just die with no diagnosis. So if it's not because of the external factor, we believe many of them should have the internal cause, that's genetic. So we use exome sequencing as first tier for acutely and severely ill, both children and adults. Our first cohort is 54 patients, and this technology can diagnose about half of them, and it's change management and change outcome. For example, I give you one of the patients that survived. This girl has this disease, very rare. Even I am a doctor seeing patients with rare disease. This is the first patient of this disease that I can diagnose by data first, not hypothesis first. I intentionally put this up in this slide to show you that it's very complex. You don't have to read it, and you cannot. We want to metabolize something. It has to go through a very complex process. And this girl cannot metabolize fructose. So she cannot have sucrose, the sugar in our kitchen. If she has that too much, then she's going to die. So it's that simple. We change from sucrose and fructose to glucose. Very cheap. And she now has normal growth and normal development just to avoid fructose and sucrose. But how could you know that what to avoid if you don't know the diagnosis? Next, please. This is our Professor Yot, who leads the health technology assessment. And he assessed this technology exome for acutely and severely ill patients. And the results come out that this is cost effective. So Thai government is considering to reimburse this technology for this medical indication. Next, please. The other example is about severe epilepsy. So we recruit 103 cases with severe epilepsy. And you know that to have a normal function of the brain, it needs thousands of genes. If you have one defective gene, the result is similar, just have seizure. But which genes? And each gene needs different treatment. So if it's because of mutant allele in gene A, you need drug A. If you have pathogenic variant in gene B, you need drug B. So which drug? If you don't know, then the epileptologist will guess and give this patient drug A. If it's not effective, then change to drug B and then change to drug C. So some patients is going to have too long of epilepsy and have delayed development. But because of this technology, we can diagnose them fast enough. Next, please. And again, the health tech assessment sees that this is cost effective. And Thai government is going to reimburse the exome sequencing for severe epilepsy this fiscal year. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. But anyway, exome sequencing has a diagnostic yield of about 20 to 60%. It depends on medical indications. If you are doing for patients with intellectual disabilities, it's going to be around 1/5. But for severe epilepsy, it could be as high as 60. Anyway, there are a lot more that we couldn't diagnose with exome. Next, please. Okay, so next, please. How to improve the diagnostic yield? There are many ways. One is you need a good database of your own population. We have an experience that some of our physicians sent their patients' blood to a foreign companies. And the results came back that there are 4 variants that are possible cause of this disease. Which one? With our own Thai database, we can see that 3 of them has high prevalence, high allele frequency in our Thai population. So we can exclude these 3. So it's obvious that this is the cause, the remaining one. So we can give a definite diagnosis. So your own database, genomic database, is important for rare disease analysis. Next, please. What else? There are many other possibilities. One is structural variants. Next, please. I give you this example. This is a Thai family. We saw them, well, in 2008. They have epilepsy and tremor. Next, please. We spent 5 years to identify the chromosomal locus of this family, but we couldn't identify the genetic underlying gene. Next, please. For a decade, we couldn't identify that. Next, please. Until this new technology come along. Next, please. Long read sequencing. The very first run that we used this technology, we could identify that because, well, for normal people like us, we have pentanucleotide repeat, TTTA, 20 repeat units. But these patients increased from 20 to 500 repeat units, and followed by 500 more repeat units of TTTCA. If you use short read means you read just 100 nucleotides at a time. That technology wouldn't be able to identify this, or very challenging, very difficult. But for long read, it's very simple. You just run it and you see that it increased from 20 to 500 repeat units. So we solved this with this new technology. Next, please. And for this long read, it can help with other indications. For example, difficult genes. Any of you pediatric endocrinologists taking care of patients with congenital adrenal hyperplasia, this gene is very difficult. It has pseudogenes, it has many molecular pathology, and none of the previous sequencing technology could identify 100% of molecular pathology. But with this long read, we can solve all of them because it's sequenced all the way from the first to the last nucleotide of the gene. Next, please. And also, another example. This is a very challenging gene. It has increased from less than 10 to 100 repeats. Well, no. Normal people has 100 repeats. And to be affected, to be a patient, it's a repeat contraction down to less than 10 repeats. And each repeat is 3.3 kb. So short read cannot help, cannot diagnose it. You need long read. And this is just published, well, maybe 2 months ago. Next, please. Okay, now, how we apply it. That I have shown you about medicine. That's the best for field. And for public health, that's we are gonna expand it to more people. Next, please. Well, you're gonna hear that this letter from one of our speakers. For genomic medicine, some of the medical indications, you decrease the cost, but increase the benefit. Not just increase the cost and increase benefit. For example, epilepsy. From our health assessment team, it shows that the cost is even decreasing because you don't have to spend your money, your budget, to unnecessary tests, such as LP, muscle biopsy, MRI, or whatever. So it's decreasing the cost with more benefit. Next, please. In Thailand, we have initiated this 5 years ago, and then started the Genomics Thailand in 2020 with 150 million US dollars. Next, please. With a lot of well, universities and ministries, with 5 areas, 5 focused areas, and we lead the rare diseases. Next, please. We have a network. We have a regular meeting every 2 months. Next, please. Now to the last part. What we have shown you is we use this technology for patients. But it's not just benefit patients, it benefits all of us. We are healthy people. Next, please. So we are going to change from doing, applying this technology for patients to healthy people every step of our cycle of life. from couple sequencing. Many of you look young, you want to have children. How can you be sure that you are not carrying a mutant gene that increase the risk of your child being severe intellectual disability? We can know that before your child conceived. Newborn sequencing, that's something that we are going to begin next year. For newborn screening, we have used biochemical method for decades. Now we are moving from biochemical tandem mass spec to genome sequencing. Pre-symptomatic sequencing, actionable variants. Some of us may have cancer cells growing. If we can detect it early enough, the prognosis is going to be different. Pharmacogenomics, you're going to hear that a lot more in this conference. Next, please.
Excuse us, Prof. 3 more minutes.
2 more minutes, perfect. Okay, next, please. Next, please. We have evaluate pharmacogenes in our Thai population, and we found that all of us, all of our Thai individual has at least 3 genes with what we call non-normal phenotype. So if one day they need a medication, they know that this drug is appropriate for them or not, because they have a unique gene set. No one has exactly genetic gene set. So which drug, which dose is appropriate for this individual's gene? Next, please. My last slide. So it's not the question of if, but when. Genomics will play a central role in medical treatments in every step of our lives. So genomic literacy is essential for all of us. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for our team and our granting agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Furasuk for the outstanding presentation. And could you please stay with us in the stage? And we will proceed to the next talk. For the second talk, I will welcome Professor Obul Bandapali. Good morning, Prof. Bandapali. Thank you for being with us this morning. Please, the short CV of Prof. Obul Bandapali. So we have also 25 minutes for your presentation soon. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. For the next 20 minutes, I'm going to share about the results of my research work, and also I'll give a brief outline of the opportunities and challenges, in particular relevance to the developing countries. That's what I'm going to talk. The next slide, please. Before I'm going to talk about, I have to make the conflict of interest statement, because I'm working in a company called Syngene International Limited. Our organization operates worldwide, mainly in Europe and the USA, having headquarters in Bangalore and in the US. The content of this talk is not commercial, so I'm not going to promote anything. It's a general scientific, non-profitable talk. So, the next slide, please. So coming to the impact of genomics on translational sciences. So when the genome sequencing started, it was like almost 1 million project in 2001. But now if you are looking at the rate of whole genome sequencing, we are talking about somewhere around 1,000 genomes. And there is a new technology, Ultima Genomics, which is talking about $100 a genome. So you can imagine what we can do with the whole genome sequencing technology or the next generation sequencing technologies. So some of the applications of next generation sequencing technologies will be, may I have next slide, please? It would be like you can use the next generation sequence technology for the identification of single nucleotide variants, indels, and duplications, and identify the variants that may cause the disease. that's all well known, and the professor also already spoke about the advantages of that. Another field where you can use next generation sequencing technology is also like in the development of antibodies, so monoclonal antibodies, bispecific antibodies. For example, if you do mouse immunization, you do RNA extraction, and you sequence the variable light chain and heavy chain, you find the unique sequences. With the development of next generation sequencing and gene synthesis, you don't have to do the cloning and go all through the route. You can synthesize the unique sequences and then select against the immobilized antigen and again go on developing the antibodies. Those are the advantages of the next generation sequencing and the development of translational research. Next slide, please. So the role of translational research in identification of differential gene expression, heterogeneity, and drug research. For example, with the use of RNA sequencing, you can identify the differential gene expression between the healthy individuals and diseased population, and also identify the long non-coding RNAs that are not known to play a role so far, which is an emerging field, and also the microRNAs that regulate gene expression. You can identify with RNA sequencing, and also you can study the cancer heterogeneity by doing single cell RNA-seq. You can identify how the different cancer cells are behaving differently, and also you can identify novel molecular signatures and regulatory proteins by using RNA sequencing and different cell populations, and also you can identify the neoantigens by using RNA sequencing technologies. Next slide, please. This is part of my research work. I'm going to talk about how you can use the technologies like gene expression profiling or next generation sequencing or functional genomics in translational setting. Is like, for example, you have a xenograft mouse or xenograft model where you can raise your interest of gene, like cancer model in a mouse, or whatever your organism, and then you can do the differential gene expression profiling and then identify the genes that are predisposing or like causing cancer in those samples. That's one way of studying like the cancer mechanism. The other way would be allograft model. Maybe some of the times people may say that xenograft model has like immune deficiency that may not be relevant like or exactly what you are seeing. There you can use mouse models where you can take mouse cancer tissue and inject into the spleen, or where we have used a colorectal liver metastasis model. You inject the tumor cells into the spleen, and within 2-3 weeks it goes to the liver and metastasis there. In 6 weeks you get your metastasis, and then you can sacrifice the animal, take sections and do microdissection and study like your gene of interest by doing like you may do like whole genome expression by microarrays, or doing immunohistochemistry, whatever you are interested in. But then people may ask, like the xenograft allograft model is like, it is like mouse model, how it is relevant to human situation. Then you can use human cancer tissues and do the differential gene expression. Here I'm showing like, for example, it's a, I'm sorry for the blurred picture. So it's like a healthy part of the liver. It's a colorectal liver metastasis sample. Here is the invasion front and here is the tumor tissue. So you can study the differential gene expression by doing whole genome expression, or like global gene expression between here and here, and what is happening between the tumor and tumor invasion front by comparing these two tissues by doing microdissection and isolating RNA and subjecting them to sequencing. Then you can study what is the mechanism behind the disease. The other one would be humanize the mouse. You can humanize the mouse with your cancer interest, and then can study how the mechanism. That will be the advanced stage of using the models in studying cancer mechanism. The next slide, please. Yeah, if you go in depth about the work that we have done, we have used this colorectal liver metastasis model to study the host-tumor interaction. For example, when the tumor cells are invading the healthy tissue, what is happening at the invasion front? Like we used a colorectal liver metastasis where like cancer cells are injected into the spleen and they are metastasis to the liver. Then we cut the liver and do laser capture microdissection and see what is the expression profiling here and the liver invasion front. and the expression profiling between tumor and tumor invasion front and liver and tumor here as it is depicted here. And we have also studied what happens between like in vitro, in vivo and invasion front to study. So this is possible because of the translational nature of the work and also the development of the sequencing technologies over a period of time. Next slide, please. Yeah, here as I show, we have studied the tumor progression or the differential gene expression from in vitro conditions, like take cancer cells and do gene expression profiling, and after putting them into the mice and developing tumors, you take the tumor tissue and do the gene expression profiling and also the invasion front. Then these are the number of genes that we have found to be differentially regulated in comparison to from in vitro conditions to the in vivo condition to the invasion front. So there is like increasing crosstalk between these tissues, and there are specific gene regulation mechanism. For example, from tumor to tumor invasion front, there is an increased activation of beta-catenin, which is known in epithelial mesenchymal transitions, and that changes the cells from mesenchymal epithelial cells to mesenchymal to epithelial transition, so that they can go and infiltrate into the healthy tissues, then they transition back again. That's one of the mechanisms that we have identified from this. In addition to that, we found several genes that are differentially regulated in the invasion front and have used shRNA technology to downregulate them, and putting these cells into mice again and compared with healthy cells and see how the tumor growth, and we have shown 4 or 5 candidates, the tumor growth goes down when you downregulate these candidates. Next slide, please. The other work that we worked on is on acute lymphoblastic leukemia, T-cell acute blastic lymphemia. As we all know, blood cells develop into myeloid stem cells and lymphoid stem cells. The lymphoid stem cells further differentiate into B lymphocytes, T lymphocytes, and natural killer cells. What happens in T lymphocytes, the T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia, is the T cells, immature T cells, go on proliferating. That is leading to T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia. In order to identify the genes that are responsible for T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia, we have used first the Sanger sequencing because we knew that most of the majority of the TALL patients have activating mutations in Notch gene. Next slide, please. By using that, we have identified that about 50% of the people having T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia, that's the children, will have activating mutations in Notch gene. However, when treated, about majority of them will have event-free survival. If the kids have activating Notch mutation, they respond very well for the treatment. By using this strategy, we have put the patients into 2 categories, like those who has Notch mutations, they can receive a less intense therapy because they respond very well. Those who doesn't have Notch mutations, you have to put them on a higher regimen, because most of the times the kids will die of the intensity of the regimen than the disease itself. That's more intense in the developing country scenario, because we have compared also the event-free survival rate between Germany and India. In Germany, when these patients' survival rate is 90 to 95%, whereas in India it was only 55 to 60%. The same treatment regimen was given in both countries. So then other finding what we found, the translational impact of this research is that we have identified P10 mutations. P10 is a tumor suppressor gene. So 20% of the patients will have loss of function mutations. Then if you look at the people with both P10 and Notch mutations, if they have P10 mutations, they will have cumulative incidence of relapse is like 23%. Whereas if they have both P10 and Notch mutations, it's only 1 relapse. That means the negative impact of P10 will be overtaken by Notch mutations. And also people with P10 mutations have event-free survival rate is only 61%, whereas those having both P10 and Notch mutations, 88% of them will have event-free survival. This clearly explains that the negative effect of P10 is overtaken by activating Notch mutations. And the patients, this helps in patient stratification and the treatment regimen change, because you can, in those patients who has both Notch and PTEN or only Notch mutation, you can put them in low intensity regimen, and those with PTEN mutations, you can put them on a high intensity regimen. That helped in patient stratification. Next slide, please. The other important aspect of the technology, NGS technologies or translation research, how you can use in biomarker discovery is, like for example, if you take you use high throughput sequencing in patient-derived tumor cells, then you can see, like if you are using the drug candidate, you can see what are the responders, what are the non-responders, and you can identify the differential gene expression or what is the cause behind this mechanism. Then you can validate them by using the treatment with targeted agent, and you can see, like if they are going into remission, that's then if they are, some of them are getting into relapse, that's then you can identify, okay, that target worked, these are gone into remission, but there is relapse in some of the patients. Then you can sequence and identify what are the genes that are responsible for relapses. We have identified same in T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia and STAT5B gene. Like patients with STAT5B mutations will have high incidence of relapse compared to those without mutations. So before, again, like you can use this in foreseeing how the patients may respond or what are the chances of relapse if you can do sequencing of the patients for the target genes. That's where you can use the translational aspects of these findings. The next slide, please. Yeah, the other part of our research before I moved to industry was like identification of cancer predisposition genes like germline mutations in familial cancers. We have sequenced around 150 families of different cancers, colorectal cancers, multiple myeloma, endocrine tumors, Hodgkin's lymphoma, thyroid cancer, pancreatic cancers. Like what we have done is we took samples, like here if you look at the pedigree, the ones with red are diseased people and the other, the plain are the healthy individuals, and those highlighted in black are diseased people. So we have taken samples from family of like 1 to 4 generations. Like we have taken samples from both healthy individuals and the affected members, and then subjected them to whole genome sequencing. Then after filtering the pedigree, applying the pedigree filtering criteria, that's like you take out all the single nucleotide variants present in the healthy individuals and take only those variants that are present in the affected individuals. That still say like if you are looking at an example of this family, it is 11,076 variants. Then we have applied various bioinformatic tools which can predict like how the coding, the coding variants. First we looked at coding variants and see what is the chance that these chosen variants have an impact on disease progression. For that we used CAD score that uses different bioinformatic algorithms to put it like whether the particular variant has any effect or it is just passenger effect. And then we use see that how at which position in the gene this mutation is present. If it, for example, if it is present in a highly conserved domain or important protein domain, that has high chances that it has an effect. And then you go into the literature and see what is known about this gene, and then if you know that, you narrow down your candidates to like a couple of candidates, and you do your functional assays, like you do like clone this into a expression vector, both wild type, and introduce the mutation that you have identified, and look at cell growth, proliferation, migration, and invasion, and see what difference it is making if there is a mutation. If it is increasing the tumor growth or invasion potential, or differential pathways are regulated, so that you can target the pathway. So that's one way. Or like you can use like, okay, it's still in the nascent stage, CRISPR-Cas mechanism to rectify the mutations and see if you can rescue the phenotype. So those are the functional analysis that we applied, but not CRISPR, only the site-directed mutagenesis to see what's the effect of the identified variants and implicated. Okay, certain gene, like for example in this family, there is this PTEN mutation, that's why they are predisposed to this cancer. then by doing this, you can help the family in saying that, like, if there is a cancer running the generations, they'll be worried that maybe I may get cancer. So by screening, one way is you can tell them if they don't have a mutation, you can tell them that, okay, you can live stress-free without worrying, they'll have relief. And those who has chance of cancer, you can see if there is any drugs that are available in the market, you can repurpose them, or you can see if you can do like precision medicine or personalized medicine to develop certain therapy targeting this particular candidate. Those are the ways that you can use the findings from this study can be used in those scenarios. Next slide, please. Yeah, the other way how you can use translational research in identification of druggable candidates is, like, for example, you find certain mutations and then they're not responding to treatment. You can do whole genome sequencing or exome sequencing, whatever you want to do, and see if you have protein A, B, C. Like, for example, you may find certain protein that is regulated in the pathway. You may not target the direct hit that you found, but you can target the downstream gene or pathway, whatever it is, that can take care of the effect, and you can use like in functional based clinical strategies or genetic guided clinical strategies, and you can implement new therapy for the patients if you don't have any known candidate for certain variant or mutation that you have identified, so that you have like it's alternate therapy. That's one way how NGS can help in finding alternative therapies. Next slide, please. Yeah, then coming to the opportunities and challenges of biotechnology, translational research in developing countries. Like, if you take healthcare setting like translational research, so that will lead to innovation, then you can, that will help us in finding affordable drugs, diagnosis and therapies. That will directly reduce the poverty, so that the burden on the families will be less. I know I can correlate, like, with the scenario in India. If a common family, if they have a cancer in a family, then all of their savings will go into that. Will have loss of financial burden. It will take years to overcome. I think then this can be this can have direct impact on economy. The economy can be increased, and the reduction of disease burden. That would be the outcome of the translational research. To the next slide, please. I can tell one of the examples of translational research and in applications. I'm not promoting Indian setting here. I'm just taking an example because of the developing country. It's like if you take up the Serum Institute of India, which has developed Covishield vaccine. You would have, all of you would have seen the COVID situation, burning fires everywhere in India. That was really very, very bad, and we were suffering, and we were resilient, and the Covishield came up from the Serum Institute of India. They produced millions of doses, and we could immunize the population, and they could also send to the other developing countries. So that's the advantage of translational research, and if you promote, you can come back and be resilient. That's one example. If you go to the next slide, please.
Excuse us.
Yeah.
3 more minutes.
Yeah, I'm coming close. So then the other important aspect that had very profound impact on Indian setting is like hepatitis vaccine, which was selling at $23 a dose in 1980s. One small biotech company changed it to $1 per dose. There were a lot of cases on the company saying that they have adult trends and whatnot, but it overcame all the obstacles, and then it supplies like I think 100 to 120 million doses of vaccines, and it supplies to through WHO. Recently, the other challenges of translational research is this company, small company, was acquired by Sanofi. Yeah, then it's like the pros and cons. Like going back to the next. Yeah, this is the founder of our company who started the company that I'm working in, Syngene India Carset, and now it's like one of the biggest biotech companies in India. So I'm just showing like what advantages it can bring to the society in developing countries. To the next slide, please. If you look at the advantages in developing a personalized and precision medicine, can help in the improvement of plant and animal breeds, can help in control of pests, and also synthesis of biocatalysts, which will help in increasing the productivity, and also it the translational research can help in treatment of water recycling. Those are all the advantages, which are the problems in our part of the world that will help in taking forward. Coming back to the challenges, next slide, please. Yeah, it may result in misuse of this technique to produce genetic monsters or the bioweapons and weapons of mass destruction. That's one thing. The other thing is the imparity in accessing the cutting edge technologies in developing or underdeveloped countries due to economic constraints. The best example was COVID, we all know. And like the genetic modified foods that we create may be more harmful than we use it for our advantage. And maybe there is loss of biodiversity due to the production of GMOs, which is not directly related to the patient care, but in the broader perspective, we have to be careful and we should be taking a broader approach in the ways that we approach to address the problems that we have. With this, I would like to thank you, and yeah, I'm very happy if there are any questions.
Thank you, Prof. Bandapali, for the very interesting presentation. You may stay at the stage or come back later as you wish. I would like to welcome Professor Maurice van Steensel. Good morning, Prof. Maurice. Thank you for being with us this morning. And please, the CV of Prof. Maurice. Prof. Maurice van Steensel will give the talk for 25 minutes. Time is yours, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah, it's me again. Hi. So, does this thing actually switch the slides, or do I still have to go and ask for the next slide? I think I still have to go and ask for the next slide. Huh? Yeah, so you'll notice that the title is a bit different from what was in the actual conference announcement. I have a habit of doing that. Because sometimes, you know, I'm asked to tell a particular story, and then I go and sit down and think, okay, what story I'm going to tell, and then I consider maybe I should tell a different story, and I tend to be a bit neglectful, and you know, and then I just change the title without telling the organizers. So I apologize beforehand to the organization for putting you on the spot, but the idea is the same. It's from basic skin biology to therapy. So this is another story on how we can get to translational medicine, but this time I'm going to talk to you for a bit about inflammatory disorders. Why is that? That is because by approximation, almost every skin disorder is about inflammation. The skin is the first barrier between you and an environment that is actively trying to kill you. So skin is an immune competent organ. Every single cell in the skin actually is an immune cell. And so inflammation and inflammatory responses are part and parcel of what the skin is doing every day. There's a truism in dermatology. If you take a biopsy, there's going to be a perivascular lymphocytic infiltrate. Everyone has that. There's always immune responses going on in your skin. There's always pathogens to be detected. There's always damage to be repaired. So there's no such thing as a non-inflamed skin. It's just a bit worse sometimes in some people than in others. And that's what we're going to see, right? And so the vast majority of skin diseases being inflammatory, it behooves us to understand how this inflammation works. If you want to treat people, if you want to address very common problems like psoriasis, which affects 3% of the population worldwide, then you need to know how this stuff works. It's very simple. So, I'm going to tell you a complicated story that starts on the next. Can I have the next slide, please? You all know this one. Everything is genetic, so let's move to the next one. So, I'll talk to you about autoinflammatory disorders. Autoinflammatory meaning that for whatever reason, the normal checks and balances that are on inflammation in your system are gone. And you have inflammation that is just on a hair trigger and happens without clear triggers. So, you know, you get recurring fevers, you get joint pains, you get skin rashes, you get diarrhea, you get that sort of thing. It's on a sliding scale to autoimmune disorders, which I think most people are more familiar with, right? Where the immune system starts to recognize components of your own body. And clearly infection and immunity are closely intertwined, right? So any distinction that we make is a bit artificial. But it's still true that many disorders are much more inflammatory than that they are immune, in the sense that the adaptive immune system is involved to a far less extent than in the classic autoimmune disorder. You know, like say rheumatoid arthritis, that's a really classic autoimmune disorder. And whereas psoriasis, which often is understood as an autoimmune disorder, is better thought of as an autoinflammatory condition. And that's actually important because it influences how you treat people and what sort of drugs you would select to treat the symptoms with. Next slide, please. So, the thing about autoinflammatory diseases is inflammation is a really complex process with many moving parts, which means there's many ways that things can go wrong, which means there's a great many diseases that people can get. And they affect all systems in your body, right? Musculoskeletal, there's neurological symptoms, there's lymphadenopathy, there's lung problems, there's GI problems, there's vasculitis. It goes on and on, but if you just look at recent reviews like this one, they don't talk about skin. Next slide, please. Which is a bit silly, because most of the autoinflammatory disorders actually come with skin symptoms in one form or another. And I said, much of dermatology is autoinflammatory. Many skin diseases are autoinflammatory, and you know how many people suffer from skin diseases. You know how much money is involved there. So it makes sense to look at this, right? And so, for example, DIRA, upper left panel, that's basically a form of psoriasis that people just can get sporadically. And this particular condition has informed us how that works. Blau syndrome, this is one of my own patients there. Basically Crohn's disease, so gastrointestinal problems combined with skin symptoms. And the list goes on and on. I'm going to talk to you for a bit about a truly rare condition called HA20 deficiency syndrome that I had never heard of until I sat down and studied this, because I used to deal with rare and ultra rare conditions, but that's the wrong presentation. But never ever saw HA20 deficiency syndrome. But it's super informative, and it's a great story about translation. Next slide, please. So, to talk about this condition and translation, we need to talk for a bit about cellular waste disposal. I'm not quite sure how familiar everybody here is with it, so I'm going to briefly teach you. It's called the ubiquitin proteasome system, the basics of which were discovered by Abraham Sitchanova. He got the Nobel Prize for that, for insisting that proteins get recycled, whereas at the time, we're talking 1970s, common wisdom had it that proteins are forever. And he said, not so, they get recycled. And he was true, he was right. They get recycled mostly, but there's other systems, but for the purposes of this talk, mostly by ubiquitination, which basically is a series of steps in which a peptide called ubiquitin is attached in serial steps to particular sites on this protein, marking it as to be disposed of. And then that ubiquitinated protein, that gets recognized by a structure called the proteasome, which it never ceases to amaze me. So the proteasome is a cellular wastebasket, but actually looks like a wastebasket. Yeah. See, it's like just like this, right? It even has a lid. Like you wouldn't believe, it has a lid that goes open and shut. Open, protein goes in, and it shuts, protein gets shredded and goes out. It's absolutely incredible nanomachine that just looks like the stuff that we use in every day to dispose of paper. It never ceases, you know, nature's beauty never ceases to amaze there. So this proteasome, next slide please. That's what we call the canonical role, and it's a bit silly term, because it would suggest there's such a thing as a canon in biology, where we get to decide what is the most important role of a protein. Nonsense, right? It's just the first role that we discovered, and then people go like, oh, it's canonical, now the other stuff is moonlighting. Absolute nonsense, so please don't say that anymore. So ubiquitin is a tag. It's best thought of as a tag, right? And if you apply the tag to position A on a protein, say, lysine 63 or whatever, you get marked for degradation. If you put it on methionine 1, has a completely different role. And so it's a code, in essence, right? It's like a barcode that's attached to a protein and saying, oh, no, you're not supposed to do this or that with it. And so, depending on what the barcode is, different things get induced, like autophagy or cell cycle gets, or DNA damage, cell cycle gets influenced by it, apoptosis gets influenced by it. And for the purposes of this talk will focus on these two things that were basically known to basic science before we dermatologists became interested in them. Lysin 63 and methionine 1. So these two tags, yes, your ubiquitin tags, they can get attached to a number of protein complexes that I think are familiar for this people present here, and certainly for your immunologists and internists. Here, there we have TNF receptor, we have interleukin-1 receptor, we have NLRP3 inflammasome, we got DOT1 and 2. It really sounds familiar, right? And so what happens there is that there's various bits and bobs that get modulated by attaching ubiquitin side chains to them. And these ubiquitin side chains basically tell these receptor complexes what to do. Example in point, TNF, tumor necrosis factor receptor 1. It can do, roughly speaking, either one of two things. You action it and the cell goes and dies. That's why it's called tumor necrosis factor. Or it can be switched to induce inflammatory signals. It's a bit of a binary thing. And the switch between that's made by this ubiquitin change. And that's really important because that actually determines what sort of mechanism of inflammation is going to happen in the cell. Right? If, say, TNF-alpha receptor gets actioned, the cell can die. A dead cell, apoptotic cell, releases all sorts of stuff in its environment, ATP, for example, naked DNA, that serve as danger signals, so induce inflammation. If it gets action to produce pro-inflammatory molecules, interleukin-1 beta production will be the result. You get inflammation also, but the underlying mechanism is different. So if you want to help people with inflammation, yeah, you better know which mechanism is going on. So you can action it in a different way. Otherwise, one size does not fit all, and we know that from clinical experience, right? Not every drug works the same in patients. So here goes your pharmacogenomics bit. It's sometimes not pharmacogenomics, but ubiquitinomics, if you will. Next slide, please. And so this is where it gets complicated, but I'll walk you through it. So TNF-alpha, we spoke about that. It's a balance between life and death. And death generally is prevented by having ubiquitous side chains attached here by a complex that's called LUBAC, lysin ubiquitination assembly chain complex number 1. Consists of 3 different proteins with interesting names like sharpin. Never mind, they're all acronyms. And you can see it's decorated all over the place. So if that happens, if the ubiquitin is here, then these downstream effectors get recruited and genes are induced like NF-kappa B, which is target salicylic acid, right? That's inflammation. If it doesn't happen, then the response is the cell that gets a different signal, and then the cell will go, okay, I'm supposed to die, and will die, and will go into apoptosis, again causing inflammation, but via a different path. So that's how it works. Next slide, please. And the interesting thing is, and that's where it gets more complicated, that these checks and balances are cell type specific. So depending on where it happens, if you have LUBAC deficiency, yeah, depending if it happens in a fibroblast or a lymphocyte, the genetic defect, if you are deficient in this process, cytokine production will go down. In other cell types, cytokine production will go up. So some cells will die and cause inflammation, and other cells will produce more pro-inflammatory molecules. And there's the opposite thing, it's called ORAS, where LUBAC goes and gets deregulated and does too much work, and then you get inflammation also. And the people look pretty much the same. Right? So, but they have different underlying mechanisms. So your patient walks into your clinic and they have this constellation of symptoms, and you want to treat them, yeah, that's going to be interesting. So what are you going to treat, right? Are you going to treat cell death? Are you going to treat the inflammation? Or are you going to treat the inflammation resulting from, which you need to do differently from the inflammation caused by increased cytokine production. Because one group you can give interleukin-1 beta antagonist, the other you cannot. Next slide, please. So, yeah, I already said this. Next slide, please. So what does this mean? Well, it means for one, of course, that you have to figure out, and I guess I'm preaching to the converted here, when your patient comes in with this type of symptom and you have a rough idea where to look, or not, you better figure out what the underlying genetic defect is, because that is completely going to determine the therapy. Reasons that I showed you, right? Because of the different mechanism of inflammation that underlie very similar clinical manifestations. Next slide, please. And the next, please. I'm going to get to the meat of the story. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it becomes even more complicated. So I was talking about checks and balances, right? So we have this Lubach complex here that determines what is going to happen downstream from this receptor. That in turn is regulated by this protein called orchulin. And depending on where your genetic defect is, you get various inflammatory conditions that look alike. So, you need to know what the diagnosis is. But this downstream effector complex here in turn, that's downstream of what happens with Lubach here, is regulated by A20, TFA-IP3, better known as. And that's an additional check and balance on what exactly is happening downstairs of TNF-alpha receptor signaling. And there's a very unexpected lesson in this one, and that is where I guess in the end the actual justification for this entire story comes from. So let me have the next slide, please. So people with HA20 deficiency syndrome, they look like this. Right, so generally young manifestation, recurrent fevers, somewhat aspecific skin lesions, like an epidermal component here that you might ask yourself, gosh, what really is this? Is this centrifugal erythema or what? Have a vasculitis, and important to have recurrent aphthosis. So to the dermatologist and rheumatologist and internist in the audience, what is your diagnosis? Recurrent aphthosis, vasculitis, joint pains, recurrent fever? Fairly common along the Silk Road. That's called Behçet's disease. That's first discovered by properly described by the Turkish physician Behçet, and it's rare, but it's not so rare that people don't really have it. You will actually see this in your practice. If people come in with recurrent major aphthosis in their mouth and genital ulcers, you better think of this particular condition. Why? Because there's actually, based on the resemblances with HA20 deficiency, because that is what this girl had. She doesn't have Behçet disease, she has HA20 deficiency. Because of those strong resemblances between Behçet syndrome, next slide please, and HA20 disease, there's actually outlook on treatment for this condition. You'll see, here's Behçet disease, right? Skin lesions, vasculitis, aphthei, genital ulcer, there's the same skin lesions again. See, it's very much alike. Can I have the next slide, please? It's actually so alike that this paper wanted to make the point, as a very recent paper, 2019, they want to make the point that HA20 deficiency is not really Behçet's disease. Well, I think the actual differences are so minor that actually on the major criteria for this condition, they are the same. And so one would surmise that whatever HA20 is doing has a major role in Behçet's disease. And what is HA20 doing? It's ubiquitinating downstream effectors of TNF-alpha signaling, which means that, next slide please, Behçet's disease is a potential target for ubiquitin modifying therapy. And just to hammer home the point, there's a lot of genetic variants associated with Behçet's disease. The usual suspect, interleukins, they're all downstream effectors. Unsurprisingly, STAT4 is here, so JAK-STAT signaling is here. That's hardly surprising either. But look at this here, this is HA20. Right, it's right there. So what the genetic architecture here is telling you of Behçet's disease is that whatever happens downstream of TNF-alpha signaling is important in this condition, and it's very likely that ubiquitination has a major role in there. And of course, downstream of that signaling, you get apparent ubiquitination, you get apparent balances between life and death decisions. So, you get things like ulcers, cells will die, you get inflammatory responses that are mostly, here we go, interleukin driven, interleukin 23 here, which is hardly surprising. And that would thus suggest a number of venues for therapies, such as, for example, TNF-alpha inhibition has been tried. It's moderately effective. But, next slide, please. What's probably even more interesting is ubiquitination. And here we go, thalidomide. So thalidomide, Softenon, well known and I say notorious drug, but in dermatology it's actually a very, very powerful drug. It's a proteasome inhibitor. And it's a proteasome inhibitor, but it's actually like here. So it means that for things like Behçet's disease and allied inflammatory conditions where you have clear involvement of TNF-alpha signal, you have clear symptoms of vasculitis, gastrointestinal symptoms, you could actually have a bash at treating people with various medications that act on the ubiquitin proteasome system. And there's thalidomide, already mentioned there, bortezomib, and it turns out that as predicted, yes, all of these drugs actually have therapeutic efficacy in people with Behçet's disease. Not in everybody, which suggests that there's a fair degree of disease heterogeneity, so our work is not yet done. But it does argue strongly for the approach that was, I think, advocated by earlier speakers also, is somebody comes in with something like this, you just sequence them. And not just your favorite genes, but at the very least do an exome and see what is going on, and based on that, try and make your therapeutic decisions. And in that sense, we are, I think, increasingly moving to precision medicine for everybody, because, and I guess that's part of the message of this, right? It's not just the genetics that you need. You actually need to understand what the genetic means and what the underlying biology is. So there's no substitute still, in my opinion, for going back to individual people with informative genetic disorders and figure out the exact underlying biology, so you know what drug actually goes with which specific genetic defect. And not based on the GWAS, you can just give just about anything to people with Behçet's disease. And clearly that's not the case. Right? So you need to figure out the connection between all these genetic signals and figure out, okay, what's the architecture here? And from there you can go and do. And my final slide is the next one. But I think if the weather stays good and propitious, can I have the next slide, please? This is my last slide. Then we can have this. We can look forward to a very, very bright future together. That is if we don't croak because of global warming beforehand. And that's an entirely different story. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maurice van Stensel, for very interesting presentation. Now we will have a discussion session for 15 minutes, and I would like to invite all the speakers, Professor Forasuk Shoteler-Suk, Professor Bendapali, and Professor van Stensel, to be present in the stage with me. And for the participant, upon asking, please mention your name and your affiliation, and to whom your question will be directed. And I will invite the first three questions. Please, can you, we will help you with the microphone. The first question, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Mira. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Nico from Department of Dermatology and Venereology, Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada. And my question is addressed to Professor Forasuk. The first question is regarding the demand and supply about a rare medication. As you mentioned that precision medicine, you can diagnose a very rare diseases, but the consequences of a rare disease is that you also need rare drugs. And how in the future we're going to tackle this problem, because rare drugs is going to be difficult to produce and probably it's going to be expensive. And the second question is that in your slides you've mentioned the database regarding a genetic profile in Thailand, and how Thai government managed the data so that there is no data breach, as we can see that it is a threat for precision medicine in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nico from Department of Dermatology and Venereology. For Professor Forasuk, please.
Thank you so much for your questions. There are two questions. Number one, about benefit. Well, I would like to draw you from just focus on specific treatment. Benefits of knowing what's going on, of knowing the definite molecular diagnosis is more than just specific treatment. Number one, it's stop the diagnostic odyssey of the parents. I'm not sure how many of you here are already parents. Please raise your hands. Okay. If you have a child that's got sick and you don't know what's going on, you cannot stop. You have to move on and on to see Dr. A and then refer to Dr. B and C and D and E and F and Z. So it's a diagnostic odyssey. So if you can get a diagnosis to them, for example, I have a patient with X-linked adrenoleukodystrophy. I'm not sure whether you have seen one of this. How many of you have seen the movie called Lorenzo Oil? Lorenzo's Oil, yeah. It's a X-linked disorder. The child, the boy, is going to be born perfectly normal, up to about, let's say, 6 years old, grade 1. Then his development is going to rapidly, going down and then bedridden in just, let's say, 6 months. What's going on? If you are a parent, if you are his mother or father, you cannot stop taking him to see doctors. So that's benefit, obvious benefit number one. It's give them a peace of mind. It's not your fault. It's a genetic disorder. And then you can start the next chapter of your life and your family. And there are so many other benefits. You don't have to, in terms of financial aspects, you don't have to spend more money, more budget to unnecessary tests. You don't have to do more muscle biopsy or CT abdomen or whatever. So many of these indications, if you get a molecular diagnosis, then you spend less. You can use this molecular diagnosis for prenatal or pre-implantation genetic diagnosis for the next child of this family. And there are so many benefits going on. And also, it's going to be a start for science community to begin an experiment for a definite treatment. And if you have seen a graph, the x-axis is the year and the y-axis is the available specific treatment. It's going on like this, exponential, because now you know the cause of the disease. Then it's a start for a specific treatment. SMA, neurological professor is here, spinal muscular atrophy, many other diseases are now having specific treatment, gene therapy. Every week, even New England Journal of Medicine yesterday has a treatment for a new disease, Krigler-Najjar syndrome. Gene therapy, if you look at New England Journal of Medicine yesterday, is a gene therapy for Krigler-Najjar syndrome, hyperbilirubinemia. That's, previously, before yesterday, the only definite treatment is liver transplant. Now you have another option, liver transplant, gene therapy. Sorry, it's a little bit too long. Question number 2 is about data. This is a very challenging, and you need to do it right at the very first step. How to manage the data. For Genomics Thailand, we spent the first 2 years laying down this foundation, this system, to make it right. So for the first 2 years, we recruit probably just 1,000 or 2,000 samples. But for the next year, it's increased to almost 20, right now it's 30,000 samples has been in. So we have a centralized center to store, manage this genomics and phenotype data. Genomic data doesn't mean anything. If you have only ATC, GGAA, and then what? You need a phenotypic data to go along with genomic data. So that's very sensitive. So you have to have a system to de-identify the sample, and you cannot de-identify everything. You have to de-identify something. Otherwise, you have to know the age, the sex, and this and that. So basically, we are not doing this the first time in the world. There are people doing this before you. So I would say don't start from zero. Learn from them and then start your own system right from the beginning. And this can be done. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Paraso. Prof. Maurice, can you add some remarks?
Can I maybe add one remark to question one? It was mentioned rare diseases require rare drugs. Not so. Not so. I think I gave the example just now of thalidomide. It works for a rare disease, HA20 deficiency syndrome. Thalidomide is very common, it's dirt cheap. Accessibility is another issue, right? I know here in Indonesia in dermatology, for example, access to certain very common drugs like hydroxychloroquine is limited, if at all possible, which, you know, that's a problem that really needs to be tackled. I think it's not necessarily the access to rare drugs for rare diseases. No, it's the access to common drugs for diseases that we know the mechanism of, like chloroquine for lupus, and rare diseases like Akaidi-Gutierrez syndrome, which also will respond to that condition. That's a more pressing problem that needs to be solved, and which I think doesn't require huge budgets. It rather requires political willpower.
May I add point number one? If I understood the question, first one is like, how it's very rare, how can you meet the expenses? It's very expensive. If that's the case, I think one way would be like forming consortiums, like the rare disease consortium is a way of like, because you get to see rare is like what 1 in 1,000 is, that's how it's described in Germany or Europe, I don't know how it is here. So if you say you will get to see very seldom patients, so it will be very expensive. The one way to tackle this is to form consortia so that people can share data. That comes to your second question, how can you store the data, like not breaching patient confidentiality, or the ethical aspects come into picture. That's where one has to store the data in anonymized fashion, but scientific community should be open to share the findings so that it will be, the collective efforts will find a solution. I think that would be an approach.
Maybe one final remark. I think that also in the cost, the item of cost of expensive drugs for rare diseases and Zolgensma, like the SMA gene therapy comes to mind, which costs something like 1.5 million or 2 million euros or something. We can all go and say, oh my lord, that's so expensive, it's ridiculous. The pharmaceutical companies are price gouging and they make money over the backs of patients. I think that's partly true, but part of it is also the fact that we think about these things in a rather short-sighted manner. Consider this, you spend 1 million to keep a child alive, who then goes on and gets themselves an education and becomes a taxpayer and pays the tax back many times over to the government, right? So you invest 1 million and you get 3 million back, yeah. It's like biologics for psoriasis. People seem to forget that having psoriasis will cost society about 30,000 euros per year, severe psoriasis, because of disability cost. So you spend 10,000 euros on a biologic, you make 20,000. It's a no-brainer, right? So people don't think about it in that way either, and governments don't seem to think about it that way either. And actually, I think many healthcare policymakers fail to take that perspective into account. So, you know, I think if anything, many more of the discussions in precision medicine and so on, and luckily that's happening here today, need to take that long-term economic perspective into account. You know, into what is the actual cost versus what is the cost of not doing anything, apart from human suffering and all those other considerations.
Thank you, Prof. Maurice. This will be discussed in the next session after lunch, so please stay. But I'm afraid that we have a limited time because of the Friday prayer also. Is there any, probably one question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. My name is Dite, I'm from Internal Medicine Department, and I have questions for the first keynote speakers. You discussed about that in the past we used we tend to use the hypothesis-driven clinical decision making, and now we can utilize the data-driven clinical decision making. However, the data-driven clinical decision making is heavily dependent on the availability and also the quality of the data. And since not all of the healthcare and research facility have a high quality or sophisticated tools like high throughput analysis or NGS, I would like to follow up also the statement from the second speakers about the role of the data sharing. How would you view the concept of data sharing, especially in high throughput analysis like this? And what are the challenges for the data sharing? So these are my questions. And last question for Professor Morris. I'm really interested in the role of senescence and aging. So do you have any data about the role of senescence and aging in autoinflammatory disease, especially the relation with the UPS or ubiquitin proteasome system? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dite. Please, comments from Prof. Rasuk first.
Thank you for the question. So maybe I emphasize the data-first approach too much. Anyway, as a physician, you still need to master clinical skills. It's very important. When you analyze exome, genome, you need clinical data. Very keen physician will give a higher diagnostic yield. So we have tried, if you ask a what we call variant scientist, so the data go like this. A physician obtain blood, then go to the second station to extract DNA, to the third station for sequencing, the fourth station for bioinformatician. The fifth station is variant scientist. From FASTQ file, BAM file, and then VCF file, there are going to be around 5 million genetic variants for one genome. 5 million points that are different from the reference genome. Then the variant scientist needs to pick one out of these 5 million. Which one is the underlying genetic variant, genetic mutation causing this disease? That has to go through many filtering criteria. One of it is the clinical findings, the segregation, the pedigree. So the clinical data that is very important. So diagnostic yield is going to be much higher if you have variant scientists, clinical geneticists, medical specialists, molecular biologists in the same room. And then try to figure out which one of these genetic variants is the cause. So what I'm saying is you need both. It's just with this year technology, you have another approach. You have a complementary approach. Both hypothesis first and data first. Combine it and you get the highest diagnostic yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Razuk. And Prof. Benapali, about the concept of data sharing and the challenge.
Yeah, concept of data sharing, like there are already like repositories where the data is stored, but then you have to register and get access. You have to it will connect you to the original author, whoever has generated the data. Then it will be shared anonymized. So there are data sharing points available. I'm not getting in my mind, but there is whole genomic data sharing point like we used to do for gene expression. You have to find, you get the contact details of the persons, whoever has deposited, then you can ask them, they'll provide data. Because I knew from our familial cancer genomic data studies, like whenever we generated whole genome sequencing, the news, the publications, they used to ask us to submit the data in anonymized manner and give the link. So it's available there. May not be for all, like it's coming up. That's the way to go. And then it's also important to give due credit to the person who have generated the data. Yeah.
Thank you for the remarks. And Prof. Maurice van Steensel, role of senescence and aging in the data.
Yeah, so before I answer that, may I suggest maybe that for things like data sharing and so on, people always think about central repositories, right, where everybody's stuff goes in, and that inevitably at some point will get compromised, and then all your data are out on the street. And there's been suggestions to actually go about that the same way you would go about financial technologies, and decentralize it and blockchain it. And so you put the genetic data in the hands of the owner, who is actually your patient. It's their genes, it's their sequence, so they own it. And then you safeguard the custody with blockchain technology. I'm not quite sure whether any initiative of the sort is going on, but that's an idea that has been floated in Silicon Valley circles that I've spoken with. And I think it's an intriguing idea towards the future, to borrow the tools of crypto and actually do something useful with it, as opposed to generating more pyramid schemes. As for your answer of inflammation and aging, yeah, they're closely connected. In dermatology, we know this thing called inflammaging. And as you age, cells senesce in your barriers, in your skin, in your gut. And the gut in particular is a major component, and that becomes leaky. And bacteria and other stuff that's not supposed to go in there now goes in there and causes inflammatory responses. And the immune system basically gets instructed in your gut as to what it's supposed to see and what it isn't supposed to see, to put it a bit in a somewhat unnuanced fashion. And those cells will also go to your skin and wreak various sorts of havoc, where there's also senescent cells that likewise, because of the senescence-associated secretory phenotype, will contribute to inflammatory responses there. And that, of course, chronic inflammation, we all know, is a major component of aging for many reasons. There's complicated biology behind it that would keep us here for another entire afternoon, so I shan't be going into it. The extent to which a proteasomal degradation has a role in there, I think it's underappreciated, under-researched, but we know that with age, proteasomal degradation functions less well, and there's a reason that we get lysosomal accumulation in your cells. And part of that is that you need to engage other systems now to take care of cellular waste, and that becomes less efficient as well. And so you start to accumulate all sorts of crud. And so presumably from that perspective, bolstering breakdown systems like proteasomal degradation, for example, by enhancing ubiquitination, could have a role.
May I share our real experience about data sharing?
1 more minute. Please talk 1 more minute.
Okay. Our real experience about sharing data, we call federation model. 2 years ago, there is a world effort to identify genetic variant that contribute to COVID-19 severity. Why some is asymptomatic, but some fatal. So this is a global effort. Federation model means data stay, but the algorithm moved. So a central group, a focus group, come up with an algorithm and then sent the algorithm to each group. So they sent to our Thailand's team. We use the algorithm, do it on our data, and then send back the result. They combined it. It's like meta-analysis. So the data stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important remarks. Thank you for the very nice discussion from the participants and important remarks from all the speakers. Professor Maurice van Stensel will stay a little bit longer, so don't forget that we have also a webinar also about aging. Dr. Dieter and friends might be interested to join. It's the end of the session. As summarizing of the session, that genomic technology can help not only the treatment but also diagnosis, the management, and the outcome of the disease. And the health technology assessment needs to be cost benefit, to decrease the cost and to increase the benefit. And this complicated pathway of inflammatory diseases can be identified by also genomic technology. So lastly, as a moderator, I would also like to thank the participants, all the speakers, and we are sorry for
any inconvenience in this session. Thank you again, and we will continue with the next session after lunch. I will end this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Mira, and also our speakers, Maurice, Forasuk, and Obul. Thank you so much for coming to Jakarta to give your insights. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the first panel of International Postgraduate Symposium 2023. You have around 60 minutes to enjoy the lunch breaks until 1 p.m. And we'll start in the second panel with the topic Implementations, Opportunities, and Challenges of Translational Medical Research at 1 p.m. And enjoy your lunch break, everyone. Baik Bapak Ibu, kami informasikan sesaat lagi untuk sesi panel 2 akan segera kami mulai. Kami undang kepada hadirin peserta yang masih berada di lobi auditorium untuk bisa bergabung bersama kami. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta International Postgraduate Symposium tahun 2023. Kami undang untuk bisa bergabung bersama kami karena sesaat lagi sesi panel kedua akan segera dimulai. So we would like to invite all the participants who will attend International Postgraduate Symposium 2023 to join with us inside auditorium because in a few moments the second panel will be start shortly. And also we'd like to invite all the participants to join with this with me in the second or third line. Monggo Bapak Ibu bisa merapat ke depan. All right, everyone. So welcome back to International Postgraduate Symposium 2023, and now we are going to the second panel for today's symposium that will discuss about implementations, opportunities, and challenges of translational medical resources. And for this panel, we also have three speakers across the countries. And to lead this session, I would like to invite Dr. Rizky from Center for Health Financing Policy and Insurance Management, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. So for the next around 90 minutes, I will give the stage to Dr. Kiki.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are still expecting many of you coming back here in this very insightful session. I'm delighted to welcome all of you. So in this session, it's centered around the the theme of implementation, opportunities, and challenges of translational medical research. My name is Rizky, or Kiki for short, and I'm honored to serve as the moderator for this important discussion. So today we have a unique opportunity to explore some important topics that relate to medical research and personalized or precision healthcare. These topics are very interesting and also interconnected. So I'm excited to share them with you. In our first topic, we're going to look at how economics and medical advancement are connected. So it's all about understanding how financial considerations in driving and shaping translational research and personalized healthcare solutions. Our next topic brings us closer to the ground, where medical research meets real-life health challenges in countries that might not have as many resources. So we will explore how research is making a difference in the diverse settings. Our last topic will take us into the future. We will talk about what might happen next in personalized healthcare, especially in Indonesia. We will look at how policy framework can help make sure that more people get the best possible care. So during our session, during our time together, we encourage active participation, thoughtful questions, sharing your thoughts. We have some wonderful experts here who are ready to talk about what they know and what they have learned. So let's begin by inviting our first speaker, Dr. Frederick Thielen. Please. Frederick Thielen, PhD, is a distinguished health economics researcher and assistant professor at Erasmus University, Rotterdam School, Health Policy and Management. He has his extensive research, especially in health technology assessment, has significantly contributed to understanding of the cost effectiveness of novel healthcare technologies, and his work informs policy decisions at several prominent health organizations across multiple countries. So without further ado, I invite Dr. Thielen to tell us more about the health economics as a catalyst to safeguard equity, quality, and sustainability. Dr. Thielen, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Rizky, and thank you very much, everyone, to be present here. I'm very happy and honored to be speaking to you today. And if I look at the program, I think that I had the furthest travel to come here. I think in total it took me 26 hours to be here present. And I took this journey greatly, and I was a little bit worried that maybe also my topic is one of the furthest distance from all the speakers today, because I will talk about health economics and not so much about the nitty-gritty details of medicine. But I was very happy and very surprised also that the previous session and all the previous discussions at least mentioned costs, cost effectiveness, cost benefits, and health technology assessment. So I heard all these buzzwords, and this makes me, of course, very happy. Next slide, please. Before I begin, I just want to make a very small disclosure. I have some teaching activities also at a private company, and I teach statistical programming and data science in R, but this is not influencing my research. And I also did some technical consultations for other organizations, but really only in the R statistical programming. So all in all, I have no commercial conflicts of interest to disclose here. Next slide, please. Also, I want to convey the warm greetings and regards from our Dean at the university where I work, the Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management, Martin Eisermann. He would have liked to be here in person, but instead I'm coming for him. I'm very happy about this. He is very sad, but he also says, you know, he's very excited, or he was very excited by the invitation to speak here at this conference. But this also shows the very good relationship that UGM and Erasmus University have already, and we are very happy to strengthen this. Next slide, please. So when I prepared myself for this talk here, I have to say, you know, I had to read a lot about Indonesia, and I know a lot about the Netherlands and the healthcare system there. I was very surprised to see the size of Indonesia when compared to the Netherlands. So the Netherlands is here. It would fit Indonesia a couple of times. I'm German by background. I have 2 passports, German and French. And even if you would then put Germany and France in here, it would easily fit. So there's a big difference also, of course, in people that live in these countries. Indonesia is huge, of course. Next slide, please. But there are also similarities, but also then differences in similarities. In the Netherlands, we like to ride bikes, so a 2-wheeled mode of transport on the right. And in Indonesia, I've seen a lot of bikes also, and I think the only real difference between those two is the way we fuel these cycles, so to say. In the Netherlands, we would use maybe Dutch cheese, and here it's gasoline. Next slide, please. But there are also many similarities. And one of the similarities is, or should be, the policy goals in healthcare. And this is quite globally always the case. We have 3 main pillars, so to say. Sustainability, and this is financial sustainability, because if we have new treatments and very expensive treatments, we need to be able to pay for them. In the research kind of side, we also want to promote innovation. So we want sustainable research. And then there's also, and I put this not on the slide, but environmental sustainability coming more and more into the mix. Then quality of healthcare. We want person-centered, safety, evidence-based treatments, of course, and with good quality. And then we want equity. Everybody should have access to healthcare. This is a main goal in many of these policy goals. And this is across countries and in the Netherlands and Indonesia as well. Next slide, please. So this is something that I have that I learned, universal healthcare coverage. This is the aim for Indonesia in 2024. I have found a recent paper which cites the percentage of people having already healthcare coverage. 83% was in August 2021, but this morning we already heard that there's much more people covered, I think 94 or something, and every day there's more people joining, so this goes in huge steps, and already now with 83%, this universal healthcare coverage in Indonesia was the biggest single health insurance system worldwide. So we really are talking about something here. Next slide, please. But there's also challenges, of course. And one research found that there's unequal access to high-quality health services across Indonesia. Now, this is a thing not only for Indonesia, but also in the Netherlands and many other European countries. We have unequal access to some of these high-quality research services. In Indonesia, it seems that infrastructure, human resources, but also financial aspects are a challenge. And this is, of course, in many countries the case, but it varies to certain degrees, of course. Next slide, please. So possible threats to equity, quality, and sustainability, these 3 pillars of policy goals. Next slide, please. I have brought some of them as case studies, and I hope that I have enough time to present all of them 3, and I have much more, and I'm happy to discuss them later. But one growing importance in Indonesia, but also in Europe and everywhere else, is cancer care. we have a shift from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases. Although this shift is not really a shift because it's more or less of a double burden. The double burden we just saw from the recent COVID-19 pandemic. We are not talking about, non-communicable diseases are out of the mix. They are come as a double burden for healthcare systems worldwide. Next slide, please. And we can see this also in cancer trends. I picked here a recent study from cancer trends in Indonesia. What we see here is that the cancer trends for the top cancers, breast cancer and lung cancer, are increasing between 2012 and 2018. And if we project this in the future to 2040, this will skyrocket. At the same time, the probability of premature death will decrease. And if we do, if we just do as we have always done, it's projected to decrease to 5.95%. But this will be far above the Sustainable Development Goals that were set out. So there's still a lot to gain here, and to make this better. Next slide, please. So how can health economics help? There are several pillars health economics can help meeting these goals. Two of them I will go into more detail. These are the first ones, pricing of treatments. I will talk briefly about value-based pricing, and then cost-plus pricing models. I put a question mark because this is still something under development. Then we have resource allocation and reimbursement. We already heard about health technology assessment. We already heard about costing studies. Maybe not so much, but cost effectiveness analysis. I will talk about those briefly. And then the other tools are for planning, budget impact analyses. We've also heard, I think some speakers talk about that, and a prioritization of resources, for example, burden of disease studies, of value of information analyses. These two pillars I will not go too much into detail because due to time constraints. Next slide, please. So pricing of technologies. Next slide, please. So the pricing of technologies is currently and often done by so-called value-based pricing strategy or framework. And this is a two-perspective approach. On the one side, on the downside, we have the pharmaceutical industry coming with research and development with new treatments on the market. They usually set the minimum price. And the minimum price is set by their return on investment. Of course, they want to see, research and development prices and costs earned back. But also they want a good profit margin. And there's nothing bad about a good profit margin unless it is getting too high, of course. But this sets the lower minimum price at which a pharma company is willing to sell. So they will never be willing to sell below the price of research and development and below the price of manufacturing. On the other side, this is the market. And the market can be distributed in many different ways. Here, health insurance systems, they set the maximum achievable price. And how do they do this? They look at the perceived value with regards to alternatives. So if we have a new treatment coming to the market, we want to know what is the price, but also what is the effect. So what do we gain from having this new technology as opposed to something that is already on the market? Because for most treatments, or for many diseases, we already have some kind of treatment, even be it care as usual. And somewhere in between here, this is the price corridor. Here we can have negotiations, here we can set a price, and here we can determine a price between the two major players, market and pharma. Next slide, please. But we have seen in recent years that the prices go up and up and up and up, and also that many countries really, they don't have another choice than pay what is asked. So something there is maybe not working as expected. Value-based pricing, we could also think of other pricing models. And this is a pricing model that was developed at our institute. It has its own life now because, when you publish something in academia, some people will look at it and improve it. But this is the basic model that we thought of a couple of years ago. So we thought, the pharmaceutical industry is always saying, we put a lot of money in research and development. So let's take this as one component. Then we also have number of patients and that can benefit from the drug. For some drugs, this can be many. For some drugs, this can be a little bit less. And then we have the patent protection period in the time that the pharmaceutical company can gain the money back. Then we have also marketing and sales costs, including also manufacturing costs. A drug needs to be manufactured, and this is also not for free. So this is one important component. And then we also allow for profit margin, because pharmaceutical industries are, of course, for-profit organizations. And then we put this all into a complicated-looking formula. Cost of research development divided by the number of people, plus the manufacturing costs, times a certain profit margin. And then we can determine a price, new price for the medicine. Some people refer to this as the fair price. Some people refer to this as the not fair price, because what is fair? For whom is it fair? Is it fair for the industry, or is it fair for the patient, or for whom is this fair? So fair is a questionable word here. But what if we apply this to cell and gene therapy that are known to be very expensive? Next slide, please. I think we've heard about Zolgensma for spinal muscular atrophy today, or SMA was mentioned, I think, in one of the talks, and Libmeldi for metachromatic leukodystrophy, MLD. If we look at the list price, and I converted all the prices that I have in euro to rupiah, so it's maybe more easy to follow. So the list price, at least in European countries, for Zolgensma is 30.2 billion rupiah. And for Libmeldi is between, because we don't have the right numbers, everything is secret of course, between 41 and 50 billion rupiah. Extremely high prices, never seen before. And we have to deal with this because this is the ask price, this is what pharmaceutical industry is asking. Now, somewhere here, this would be the value-based pricing. But if we apply the formula that I showed before, and then we have to approximate, of course, cost of research and development, because the pharmaceutical industry will not tell us what they really spent in this. We can find some documents, but we don't know exactly. Manufacturing costs, they also won't tell us, but we can also approximate this. And if we put our approximations into the formula, then the price for Zolgensma is not 30.2 billion, but 6.4 billion rupiah. Still a very high price, but much lower. Same goes for Libmeldi, can be maybe half of the price if we apply this cost-plus pricing model. Okay, next slide, please. So whether we can apply these cost-plus pricing models, this I leave for the panel discussion, and maybe you have some questions about that. Resource allocation, this could be, for example, yes, next slide, please. This could be, for example, a cost-effectiveness analysis within a health technology assessment. So what is the research question in health technology assessment or in cost-effectiveness analysis? One would be, for example, is CAR T-cell therapy cost-effective when compared to standard of care? I don't want to go too much into the details of CAR T-cell therapy, but in short, it is a therapy where T-cells are taken out from a patient, they're genetically modified, and then put back to the patient to fight cancer. This showed some very promising effectiveness results, but the price of this therapy is also extremely high. And extremely high, this was before we knew prices of Libmeldi and Zolgensma. This was the new high now, it's getting higher and higher and higher. So approximately 5.4 billion rupiah per patient. It's a one-time shot, then you are supposed to be cured depending on the disease, so that's already a good sign. But if you go to the next slide, then you will see to answer this research question of cost effectiveness, we will look at costs and effects. Costs, we will not only look at the treatment, because this is bluntly what we have to give to pharma to get the treatment, but there's also pre-treatment, because patients need to be prepared for this treatment. Then there's post-treatment, because patients need to stay in the hospital. They have maybe adverse events. There's informal care, because patients have someone who cares for them. And productivity losses for older patients, they cannot go to work, they lose productivity. So all these costs, and then some more, we take into consideration. In terms of effectiveness, we do not only look at life years, but also at the quality-adjusted life years. Because who has something from living 2 years longer if it's not in good quality? So we want both quality and longer life. And we also take it in consideration adverse events. Next slide, please. There's different types of cost-effectiveness analysis, and often it's one name with several flavors. We have cost-effectiveness analysis, which I think most of the time, if we read about cost-effectiveness analysis, it's really a cost-utility analysis. Cost-utility analysis is something where we look at quality of life. If we do not look at quality of life, but just the extent of more lives, then it's cost-effectiveness analysis. Often you can say cost-effectiveness analysis and you mean cost-utility analysis. Most people will understand you, but now that you've seen the slide, you will probably say cost-utility analysis. Cost minimization analysis is something, if you only look at the difference in costs because you think, that the effects might be the same, and then you also have a cost-benefit analysis similar to the cost-utility analysis, but you don't talk about quality of life, but you give this also a monetary term. Next slide, please. The problem is, though, if we apply cost-utility analysis, and this is a recent analysis of a systematic literature review, then we see already 28 studies published in 10 countries. And here's the number of countries. I won't read them all. But all these studies found that CAR T-cell therapy is cost effective. So what does that mean? We should reimburse. But if we reimburse, still we have the high price. So only because something is cost effective does not mean that we can pay for it. There's still a high uncertainty due to long-term projections because we only have data for 2 or 3 years from patients. What happens if they are 30 years from now? Will they still be alive? Will the disease come back? We don't know. So this is the high uncertainty. And then there's maybe a possible solution. So a number 2 where health economics can help is outcome-based payment agreements. On the next slide, we will see what different types of outcome-based payment agreements have been implemented in some European countries already. France, United Kingdom, they looked at coverage with evidence development. They said, okay, we will pay the price, but because there's so many uncertainty, we want a new study, and during this study, we want to follow the patients, we want to have more data, so that we are more certain about the effect of the study. In Germany, they said outcome-based rebates, so they say, okay, we pay, but if the patients are not doing so well after a couple of years, then we want money back. And then in Italy and Spain, they said, okay, let's turn it around. You get nothing for being treated, but if the patient survive, let's say 6 months, you get 50%. If the patient survive another year, then we will pay the last 50%. So there are different ways and different flavors of tackling this issue of a high price that is upfront, but we don't know about the effects in the future. And on the next slide, this is some research that has been done, but I cannot verify this. This is a LinkedIn post of someone I follow. Usually he is right, but I haven't seen the study and the numbers of it. But he said that alone in Italy, in 2021, 230 million euros were saved, which is 3.6 trillion rupiah, were saved just by implementing this outcomes-based reimbursement stage payment. So this is another tool of really, getting the price down. You can still have a high price, but maybe this is a possibility to pay for a price. Next slide, please. There's also one other example that I want to show you. It's about resource allocation, microcosting studies. And they are often very tedious to make because you want to follow patients, you have to have a lot of data. It's often a time-consuming approach because you stand next to patients and doctors with a stopwatch and see how much time it takes. And but they can help in making comparisons between different interventions. Next slide, please. One example is I took Herceptin because this is for HER2 positive early and metastatic breast cancer. And breast cancer is globally one of the most common cancers that we see in terms of incidence and prevalence. And in 2002, at least in the European Union, there is the intravenous administration of Herceptin. But 13 years later, they came up with a new way of administering Herceptin. So instead of giving this intravenously, you can also now give this subcutaneously. This, of course, just this small change in administration route grants pharmaceutical companies another indication and another extension of patents. So they can profit a little bit longer from this route of administration change. Next slide, please. We were interested in looking at what is the difference in terms of time spent from a healthcare perspective, but also from a society perspective for patients if we give this intravenously or subcutaneously. And I spare you all the different details. This is tables and tables and tables of minutes, of differences in minutes, but this is now for the costs only. So the subtotal hospital costs, everything that happens in the hospital for IV versus SC, the difference was 1.1 million rupiah. And this was for the benefit of subcutaneous administration. So on a hospital perspective base, we can save a lot, and this is per patient. The societal costs, because patients need to travel to the hospital, they need to get back. Then there's informal care. Maybe they have someone who is going with them to the hospital and going back. If we look at this, it was a difference of 372,500 rupiah, but in total, a difference of 1.5 million per patient per time that they would get a subcutaneous administration. But on the next slide, we will see that the reduction was in patient share time, in healthcare professional time, because it does not take so long to give just a needle instead of an infusion. The healthcare costs and the societal costs. But here comes the crux. List prices of trastuzumab intravenously are 7.5 million versus for the subcutaneous version. It's exactly the same drug, but now it's 22.9 million rupiah. So the things, or like the money that we could save in the healthcare system, they are here somehow taken up by pharma and the higher prices. Because of course they know about these. Next slide. So this is already a take-home message. I'm very happy that I made it in time. I wanted to convey in this presentation that there is an unequal access to new therapies across geographies, and this is also within geographies. So even, I found some slides and backup slides, even breast cancer within Indonesia, then also within Yogyakarta, if you see this. So there's a huge discrepancy. And health economics is a broad field, but with the many different tools that we have and the many different aims that we can target, we can really play a big role. New methods and approaches can help to rethink price settings. So for example, outcomes-based staged payment, but also cost-based pricing models. The question is, how can we implement those? Because pharma will not always like that. Cost-effectiveness treatment do not mean automatic reimbursement because the price is still high. We just find it is cost-effective, does not mean it's reimbursed. And micro-costing studies can help to identify cost savings at various levels. I think I have one last slide, and this is something, because if you do not believe in what I say, then there's another study I found also recently, and saying health economics is an integrated aspect of all phases of the research for the translational medicine. And also information about the value and value for money. They are needed to make the right decisions, and this is why health economics should really be an integral part at every step of the process, from bench to bedside. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thielen, for that insightful presentation. So I hope that Dr. Thielen's presentation has shed a light to all of us on the relationship between health economics and healthcare innovation, also including Dr. Thielen also explained what kind of evidence or tools needs to be generated to bridge between the medical research and decision making in terms of the policy and how it can be adopted by the pricing policy in the country. Thank you very much, Dr. Thielen. Do you want to sit here or you want to? It's up to you. Thank you very much also for wrapping up before the time is up. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have the privilege to explore deeper into another crucial aspect of our session. Our next speaker is Dr. Anurag Shankar, a distinguished expert in community health research at Oxford University Clinical Research Unit. Dr. Anurag Shankar is also expert from various prominent institutions, including Harvard University. So he has been instrumental in researching and addressing key health challenges, especially in low and middle income countries. His work spans various areas from biomedical research to global health policies, with a focus on understanding complex systems at different levels. So without further ado, I invite Dr. Anurag Shankar to share his insights on genomics for all. The future is now. The floor is yours, Dr. Shankar.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for the very nice introduction. Good to be here. I see a lot of old friends and new friends, and I see some people that have gotten old together just like me. So good to see you all. So I want to talk today a little about some examples of how we could utilize translational research to create some innovations. And let me just say, this work I'm going to present today, certainly it's work that I've been involved in directly through the Oxford University Clinical Research Unit here. And in addition to that, the GSI laboratory, GSI stands for Genomic Solidaritas Indonesia, and the Summit Institute for Development in Entebbe, and Equatorize, who's very active in trying to promote the health sciences industry here. So as many of you are aware, the cost of genomics, particularly sequencing, actually all genomic services, has gone down tremendously. So you see here, 2001, cost for human genome DNA sequencing, 1 megabase, around $1,000. And the 2021, it's gone down a little bit since then. Very low, less than 1 cent. So huge reduction. So it means that, speaking from the cost benefits, so costs have come down a lot for genomics, but we have not still realized some of the benefits. And I think that's where the opportunity for translational research is really there. Next slide. So the translational potential of complex disease genomics is sort of illustrated here. And I refer you to this paper, very interesting paper published several years ago, but gives kind of a nice overview of this. But essentially what you see here is in the center circle, key improvements that could be seen in terms of early tailored genetic intervention or prevention, novel therapeutic approaches. We saw some examples of that, in fact, in the previous presentation. Personalized healthcare delivery and accelerated, actually, or targeted treatment. And on the outer circle there, you can see really specific key things that need to be achieved in order to enable translation to occur. So key biomarker discovery, discovery of pharmacogenomic, and so forth. So next slide. So the key pipeline that has been used, or one that is most successful, in fact, is typically in sort of A there, the part A, the transcript manipulation. So a discovery is made of some gene that might be important in some way, and in animal models or in vitro models, we basically look at this very carefully, and we say, okay, this particular gene we've determined is involved in some way. The next step after that, in fact, is to look and see what are the variants of that gene in the population, and what can we understand about the importance of that. So that's step B, actually. And step B, interestingly enough, has occurred mostly in high-income country populations. So understanding the genomics and the genomic heterogeneity in other countries, like in Indonesia, that still needs to be done. But in that process, now you can start to understand what are some of the specific genes unique to that population that might be important. And then last is actually this proof of concept that once you identify the particular gene and the alleles, is there some pharmacologic substance or some intervention that you can use that would end up being a targeted treatment based on the genomics. So that's the cycle really that needs to take place in order for this translational research to result in some kind of impact. Next slide. So certainly, if we look at the translation of genomics to a life cycle approach, you can see here, of course, during pregnancy, there's an opportunity for intervention, infancy, childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, and also aging. So all of these areas are places where we can try to make some sort of mention. Next slide. In Indonesia, there's been interest in this, and as a lot of you know, there's been launching of the BGSI initiative by the MOH, and the goal of this is really for precision healthcare delivery, precision treatment. Okay, so this is, it's not a new idea, it's something that's been around for at least 30 years or so, but it's a good idea to have something like this launched to understand what discovery could be here in Indonesia. But I want to introduce to you another idea, a new idea that actually, whose time has come, probably given the low cost of genomic analysis. Next slide. And this is essentially this idea of public health genomics. So this is basically trying to focus on what we call precision public health, which is meaning that how do we identify ways to target public health interventions based on understanding of heterogeneity of different populations, right? So it's taking a targeted approach to populations, and it's for preventive and promotive care. So genomics for preventive and promotive care, that's the key. It's not for treatment of someone necessarily when they become sick. Most of genomics currently has been for that purpose. So you want to understand what you can do at the population level, taking into account individual variability in genes, environment, practice, habits, and so forth, okay? So these are some of the key things, tools that we need to have. Genomics, of course, for individual and population-based decisions. Digital health, so digital health has really emerged strongly now. It's a way for us to gather information and most importantly, to use information. So remember, the information age is about using information. It's not about collecting data, okay? Often people think it's about collecting data. Okay, next slide. So in this context, if we think about a use case specifically for that, for public health genomics and precision health, one is antenatal care, or care of the mom during the pregnancy, or care of the child shortly after delivery. This is an area where there's a huge potential impact, but it hasn't been looked at as carefully as we potentially could. So we have to take into account these key public health disciplines: epidemiology, biostatistics, environmental health, health services, and so forth, and health financing, as we saw, and also see how we can integrate genomics with care and delivery. So let's think about how we can maybe go about that, walk through a use case. Next slide. So here we have what I refer to as genomics for all, okay? So this means, how do we take a broader translation of genomics for health and human development, genomics for preventive and promotive care? And I want to focus more attention on this area here of pregnancy and early life impact. So for instance, can we identify polygenic risk scores for pregnancy outcome? And this would be different from how we typically think of genomic analysis in pregnancy, because usually what we're looking at is trying to identify chromosomal abnormalities, other problems that we want to highlight for the parents to know about so they can prepare themselves. Public health genomics in that context would be different. The idea would actually be to take every pregnancy, look at the genomic profile of that individual pregnancy, and say, well, here's the polygenic risk scores you have for hypertensive disease in pregnancy, gestational diabetes, low birth weight, other potential adverse pregnancy outcomes. And what is the care plan for you that can be adjusted to reduce those risks as much as possible, right? So what this means is that every person who has the polygenic risk score done can potentially get a benefit, not just someone who maybe has a particular allele or some chromosomal abnormality of some sort. So this is, again, this is about preventive and promotive care using genomics for that purpose. Next slide. So let's just look a bit more about how that might work in Indonesia. So many of you probably are aware of these statistics in Indonesia. Maternal health, early infant health are still a challenge here. And so we need some innovations around this. Genomics could be one innovation. Certainly many other things would be high priority, even higher priority, perhaps. But let me just show you how genomics might be useful in this context. Next slide. So I want to introduce you to an organization working in Eastern Indonesia called the Summit Institute for Development. Some of you may have heard of them. They actually started, they launched back in, I think, 2000. And they executed this particular trial. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. So this was a trial that they had done. It was called the supplementation with multiple micronutrients intervention trial, or the SUMMIT study. And this SUMMIT study is one of the largest, at that time actually the largest nutritional intervention randomized control trial in pregnancy that had been conducted up to that point. And what they showed was that this nutritional supplement containing 15 different components that the pregnant woman would consume instead of iron and folic acid alone, although it also contained iron and folic acid, that if the moms who took this, there was an 18% reduction in infant death at 3 months of age. And amazingly, if the mother was anemic, infant death was reduced by 38%. So this was the first time in the world this discovery had been observed, it also reduced low birth weight by 18%, and interestingly, a bigger impact on health outcomes improvement for girl babies compared to boy babies. So, very interesting and a big impact, but can we do better than this? Next slide. So in fact, it's known that there are genetic polymorphisms for multiple components of this MMS supplement, or for just nutritional supplements in general. So we know these there are genetic polymorphisms for metabolism of folic acid, vitamin B3, vitamin A, etc. So can knowledge of this help us to better target, in fact, nutritional supplementation in pregnancy, or perhaps identify persons that are low metabolizers or high metabolizers? Next slide. So this is the idea, essentially. So genomics for all, for pregnancy and for the children, could start by the routine care in pregnancy, taking a sample, a blood sample. This is actually combined with infectious disease screening, but let's just look at the maternal genomics itself. So then you would do the genomic assessment, detection of polygenic risk scores, as I mentioned, for hypertension, diabetes, anemia, intrauterine growth restriction, others as well. These scores then get fed back to frontline health workers. And these frontline health workers then alter the care plan for each pregnancy to help maximize a positive pregnancy experience based on whatever the genomic profile is. Of course, also taking into account behavioral factors and so forth. And using this sort of a team-based approach, which I'm going to discuss with you, and using this genomic information, can you in fact get a better pregnancy outcome? And of course, the costs of this become very important. How much can you reduce the cost of doing this, and what makes it a cost-effective intervention? Next. So in order to effectively deliver something like this, and remember the key to the information age and also genomics is using that information to actually lead to some kind of impact. So digital health is really the key, right? How do you integrate the care plan, how do you integrate information with the care plan and to deliver that? So in addition to this work on nutrition and pregnancy, this for development actually developed, the battery may have, you guys can still hear me? Okay. In addition to developing this nutritional intervention for pregnancy, the Summit Institute for Development was a co-founder of this platform called Open Smart Register Platform, which is a digital platform for frontline healthcare workers. Okay, let's try that. I think we have to. I'll let you turn it on.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, great. Okay, maybe that's a little bit better. Okay, so yeah, so the Summit Institute for Development then went ahead and created this platform called Open Smart Register Platform, which is a platform that enables frontline health workers to easily port their care plans onto a digital platform and to know which clients they have to follow up with and what the care delivery should actually be. Next slide. And so with this, they were able to create a set of apps where actually frontline health workers can share a care plan for a client. So multiple workers together can provide what we call person-centered care, as opposed to prior to that, it was essentially what we call provider-centered care, where in fact the pregnant woman has to see many different providers who aren't linked together, so they may not be aware what is actually happening. This person-centered care, however, catalyzed by digital health, changes the efficiency and the completeness and the quality of care. Next slide. So by doing this, actually, the Summit Institute won an award for one of the top 10 primary health care interventions in the world, and there's been a lot of interest here in Indonesia for scaling this intervention up. So now is our opportunity to piggyback onto this for genomics for all. Next slide. So what they have been doing is working together with the Digital Transformation Office. These are colleagues at the Summit Institute for Development, and linking in with what's the Indonesia initiative called Satu Sehat, using this interoperable data platform called Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources, or FHIR, as it's referred to. So these set of apps given to these different healthcare workers can in fact be fully interoperable. sharing what changes in the care plan are necessary, so each health worker knows what to do based on the genomic risk profile. Next slide. So this leads to this sort of system where all frontline health workers in facilities and laboratories are on this FHIR system, and these multiple frontline workers, whether it's a doctor, nutritionist, the skilled birth attendant, vaccinator, et cetera, all of them, whether they're even in the health sector or the non-health sector, they're able to work together as a coordinated team and coordinate, in fact, care with hospitals and primary health clinics. So that's the big innovation here, an opportunity to link genomics together with digital health and with direct health care delivery. Again, customized plans, the ability to customize, doing mass customization for the care plan for everyone. Next slide. So this gives you an idea of what this would look like. This is referred to as next gen, because it's next generation care. And you have these core tools. Sorry, you can't read this, I think. But these are a lot of core tools here, including genomics assessment, hosting of different digital tools, which is the core part of the next-gen platform, enabling you to, in fact, support any program that the Ministry of Health would want to deliver, and then being able to scale that up. And I've sort of highlighted there where the next-gen work is being scaled up currently in Indonesia. Next slide. So the goal is to actually be able to assess genomics for all in the context of this care, this team-based care, to see whether or not by deploying this you can actually get improvements in the pregnancy outcome. So this is really directly related to translational research, understanding which genes might be important, being able to then use that information to actually improve delivery. Next slide. So when I highlighted some of this, you know, we talked about the team-based care, we talked about the digital health part and how important that was, but I kind of left out a really important part, which is the actual genomics part. So I want to go back to that. And next slide. So to do this, you need to have an organization actually who's really focused on being able to create these sort of genomic assays and to make them affordable. So I introduced to you Genomic Solidaritas Indonesia, a lab, the GSI lab, some of you may have heard of. And this was actually founded in the early part of the pandemic in around June 2020. So their focus is actually to be a center of excellence in precision genomics. In other words, designing some of these assays that I mentioned to you and being able to teach and get those scaled up. And so GSI Lab, they have different areas of focus, you know, cancer genomics, infectious diseases, et cetera. And this is really this kind of engine for innovation in genomics in Indonesia. Next slide. So the health minister, he had visited and he was excited about GSI Lab, and actually it inspired him to create the BGSI initiative. So I always say 75% of BGSI is GSI. But he was very excited, got inspired by that. And I think really the key here is, again, using more information-based approaches, specific human resource approaches to figure out how to do genomics, deliver genomic services at low cost. Next slide. So there's also a lot of training. So I'm just showing you some of these things to show you the practicality, what's necessary, right, to do this translational research. You have to have discovery, you have to have infrastructure, you have to have the ability to scale something up, and partnerships with the government in some way. Next slide. So then I'm going to raise this other idea of what are different technologies that might be important in some way in order to create this sort of genomics. So here I'm going to introduce ONT, or what we call Oxford Nanopore technology. And I mention this because while there are a lot of sequencing or genomic platforms available, MGI, Illumina, PacBio, many others, the ONT offers several advantages. The main advantage being the lowest cost really to entry to start doing sequencing or offering genomic services of some sort. And there's also a lot of training and infrastructure support available on the ONT platform. So again, as an entry point, where many different facilities would be able to provide sequencing services, this is one very good option for a platform. Next slide. So I don't want to go over this too much, but it's something that's worth considering whenever you're thinking about translational work in some way. What are the different platforms that enable something to actually be practically scaled up and to be financially feasible, right? So these are really key questions. So it's not just about the knowledge itself, but it's the how-to on the scaling and the implementation. Next slide. So I spoke with you about that particular approach, the workflow for Genomics for All, maternal health and early infant health. But I just want to walk you through really briefly another example of infectious disease treatment and surveillance as far as Genomics for All could be concerned. Another example of sort of translational research. Next slide. So here, we had published this paper relatively recently about transforming rapid diagnostic tests for precision public health. So the rapid diagnostic tests, I didn't bring one with me, but I'm sure all of you have seen them. They're these little, cassettes essentially that have a immunochromatographic strip often inserted in them. You put a blood sample on them, and it processes that blood sample and gives you a line if it's positive or not. And a lot of these have become very popular for testing yourself for, COVID or for, other diseases, malaria, and so forth. So,
Dr. Shankar,
yeah.
3 minutes left.
3 minutes. Okay. Let me skip then. Let me just go over this. So here's these. This is these open guideline RDTs that can be assessed on an app. And in fact, what we can do is we can take these RDTs and we can send them to a laboratory and do genomic analysis on them. So next slide. So we had created this sort of pathway for RDTs in a malaria endemic area. So we could deploy these RDTs, capture their information on an app, and also symptom information on an app, send the RDT to a laboratory, do sequencing on that. And next slide. And then we're able to assess what the drug-resistant profiles were, right? So here you can see all these different drug-resistant profiles. So these are coming from a rapid diagnostic test. So we're essentially changing now an RDT from a diagnostic test into a public health surveillance tool. So it's transforming a test designed for one purpose into something else. Now with this information, next slide, we're able to do a mapping of all the different resistance profiles in a particular area, which means at the time a person is diagnosed, we can give a risk score for the likelihood of them to have drug-resistant malaria infection, and we can adjust their treatment based on that. The same could be done for tuberculosis, just as an example. So this is the power, again, of linking genomics with other tools in some way. So let me skip to the end here. Let's go to the next slide. Let's skip over this. Go to the last slide here. So, next to last here. So this is kind of one before this. Okay, so this is kind of where we are. Genomics for All, the future is now. We need sort of these two core drivers of this: precision genomics, public health genomics, organizations that are champions for that. Maybe UGM could be a champion in that way. These two core conditions: sequencing platforms that are robust and reliable, use cases where quick gains can be there. I've showed you a couple examples of that, and these key pillars of things we could look at: infectious diseases, maternal genomics, population genomics, diagnostics, and also more sustainable and healthier foods. So these conditions really all exist very strongly in Indonesia, enabling us to have a strong impact using genomics in translational impact. So that's one more slide, and I think that's the last one. You've already seen that. But so G4A is ready to launch in Indonesia. Rapid impact is possible. Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shankar, for your enlightening presentation on G4A. So it's really the future. So yeah, it's interesting takeaways that
I personally find it interesting is that because I am new to this issue, so I just know that genomics can be utilized in population public health settings to tackle the issues in public health, specifically in maternal and neonatal health issues. One of the targets that Indonesia has yet to achieve. So I hope that one day you can convince the MOH to adopt the approach and make it scale up nationwide. Thank you. So we are now moving on to explore another vital aspect of our session. So our next speaker is Dr. Pandu Harimurti, a distinguished expert and senior health specialist at the World Bank Jakarta. Dr. Pandu Harimurti's expertise spans a range of critical areas, including health financing reform, overall health system strengthening, communicable disease, tobacco control. He has expertise and has been working in various prominent institutions for the better of Indonesian health system. So without further delay, I invite Dr. Pandu Harimurti to share his insights on the future trends and opportunities in policies and financing of personalized medicine in Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Kiki. But thank you for very kind and generous introduction. But one thing for sure, this the past few hours was the area that I'm not familiar with, to be honest with you. So I've been learning a lot, and this has been very, very enriching. And I'm glad that the last presentation, Dr. Shankar, this is a nice bridge to my presentation, because what I'm going to present may be a bit totally different from the previous presentations, but trying to provoke thinking about the context of financing and policy in Indonesia that we need to think through on how to move forward this agenda. So I think that's how I'm going to, my presentation will be. So can I use this? Maybe not. Yeah, so this is the outline, just the landscape of health policy and financing, projected future demand and current experience, financing, and then key takeaway messages. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, I think we can go over this quickly. We know that Indonesia's population and how it stands across other countries, and Indonesia just recently regained its reclaim its position as one of the upper middle income level country after pushback into lower middle income during COVID. So next slide, please. And we know about this as well, that we talk a lot about aging society, and Indonesia is also becoming an aging society. We can see from this diagram that the population and age structure in Indonesia, and also the dependency ratio that is projected to increase in the coming years. And at the same time, along with demographic transition, epidemiologic transition, communicable diseases dominating the country's disease burden. So you can see the combination of aging, lifestyle, and diet habits and physical exercise has led to increased number of or share of non-communicable diseases. Next slide. But at the same time, Indonesia is still facing what is it called, unfinished MDGs agenda, such as what Dr. Shankar mentioned about maternal mortality, high TB prevalence and high incidence, as well as endemicity of malaria. But we can see from the disease conditions, non-communicable diseases dominated, and tuberculosis still one of the main cause of premature death in Indonesia. And risk factors, high blood pressure, tobacco, dietary risk, and high fasting, glucose index, and so on. Yeah. So understanding this, we will be able to put priorities on where the area of precision medicine should be prioritized and to be done in Indonesia. Next slide, please. And you may have seen this as well. So one of the opportunities is the policy direction from the current Minister of Health, which just started with the health system transformation agenda that has 6 pillars and is emphasizing on primary care and the use of technology and strengthening resiliency, among others. And this system transformation identified cross-cutting issues that need to be addressed to support the transformation agenda, including integrated and sustainable financing, strengthen of human resource, and so on. So, and you can see from this diagram that there's a strong emphasis in prevention. But if we do this prevention, or we rely on prevention interventions, using traditional interventions, we may not see any impact as we expect. So again, precision medicine, the use of genomic is something that needs to be considered for the use in the one of the key intervention in this agenda, which is focusing on prevention. Next slide, please. So in terms of policy, we do have that window of opportunity. Hopefully this can be sustained after the election and change of administration next year. Secondly is in terms of financing. I have to admit that COVID financing caused the, what is it called, the, give the wrong projection of the health financing in Indonesia. But in general, prior to the pandemic, health financing in Indonesia is on the increasing trend. There's a significant commitment from the current administration to allocate sufficient funds or to invest in the health sector. Again, we need to make sure the continuity and sustainability, even there's political changes in this country. You can see from this diagram that public financing is very dominant in Indonesia. So while private financing is very limited, and the majority of the private financing here is still household financing, meaning the out-of-pocket expenditure from households or individuals to get health care. So the reliance on public spending has some weaknesses that we will see later on. But this is the situation of health financing in Indonesia. Next slide, please. And in terms of Indonesia's position compared to other countries, we are still one of the lowest countries that allocate money for health compared to other similar income level. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that public financing is the share remains the dominant source of financing, while the social health insurance is increasing, but still and has reduced the out-of-pocket expenditure, but public sector is still the main source of financing. Next slide. And just quickly to look at the health outcomes, we are in the middle. There are still what is it called areas that Indonesia needs to improve. Compared to its income level, Indonesia has to improve its maternal mortality as well as addressing some of the communicable diseases. Next slide. Yeah, in terms of health service coverage, we are also doing moderately in the middle in the UHC monitoring report in 2021. But we can do better in terms compared to its income level. Next slide. Yeah, but one thing that we need to pay attention is also the high level of out-of-pocket expenditure. That's still high for Indonesia, although it has reduced from 53% to around 30%, 40%, yeah, 39%. So it has been there has been improvement. Why we are monitoring the out-of-pocket expenditure? Because this is an indicator to monitor the performance of health system in providing financial protection to its population. Next slide. And one of the majority of the major driver of the out-of-pocket expenditure in Indonesia is expenditure for drugs. We can see that the share of out-of-pocket in Indonesia, in these countries, South Asia and East Asia, they are mainly for drugs. The problem in Indonesia is that we don't have the health account specifically for drugs, so we haven't been able to monitor the expenditure for drugs, but we can see from the pattern from other countries, and we assume that in Indonesia that's the same thing, that the major driver for the out-of-pocket is for drug expenditures. Next slide. Although Indonesia already has 94% coverage of social health insurance, we need to be aware that the effective coverage may be less than 94%. That's why the out-of-pocket for drugs came from. Yeah. But in terms of macroeconomic, Indonesia post-COVID is expected to expand its economic. So we do have opportunity in terms of securing or mobilizing more resources for its fiscal space. Yeah. So this is macroeconomic condition. Yeah. So after these countries are paying for their interest level, for their interest, Indonesia's economic is still projected to expand or to increase. So this is an opportunity that I would like to highlight, that Indonesia still has the opportunity to increase fiscal space for the health sector. Next slide. Now, maybe you've seen this graphic that And there's a saying or there's a known phrase in translational research, the death valleys. So this is from the concept or from the laboratory research, translating these concepts and the research into approaches, and then from approaches to scale up. I think Dr. Shankar has shown a good example of a concept and genomic research that can be translated well into an approach and then potential scale up, right? So, but most of the research, they stop here. They are not able to move to the next step, right? To the market, to create the approach for health prevention, for example, and then not even to mention about scaling up, right? So this is the situation that we need to have when we are translating the precision medicine or the research into implementable or adopted policy, for example. So this is very, very important. What is important is to understand what are the factors that prevent this from concept to as a developed approach, for example, right? So Dr. Shankar has mentioned about how the genomic research on maternal nutrition developed into approach. We need to learn how this can be done. By understanding understanding those issues, understanding those potential hurdles, then we can replicate the model. So next slide, please. Yeah, another issue in Indonesia is that we may have the same idea. We may be able to identify the intervention. A goal, for example, eliminate TB, for example. But to do that, that will require multi-sectoral approach. The same in translational research. We understand that research mostly is done by academics under the Ministry of National Education or by researchers under the BRIN, right? But the user is the sectoral ministries, for example. So how we need to also understand whether the academics and the researchers have enough resources, not only looking at the budget for the Ministry of Health, but also whether academics have the sufficient financing, or the researchers, maybe not only public but also private, they have enough resources to do the research. But and we can see from the, I think this is from SDG monitoring from UNESCO, that Indonesia is, in terms of availability or the share of funding to GDP for research and development is very low. Compared to other countries, I understand that you will automatically say that where's Thailand, where's Malaysia? Yeah, you can see where we are compared to those countries. The weakness of this data is that I'm unable to disaggregate whether the money is only public sector or including private sector. But overall, it's the availability of the funding is low. Next slide. Now, we're talking about those enablers, financing, and so on. Now we look at what will be the demand. I think we've talked a lot about aging and NCDs. this has become a problem in Indonesia. And then emerging and re-emerging infectious disease. We just recently experienced that. Rising incomes and expectation with the increased coverage of social health insurance, improve access to health facilities. There's also increased expectation for efficiency and effectiveness of services. And then, of course, climate change issues. Next slide. Yeah, so this is aging population in Indonesia and in the region. This will create new demand and poses challenges. Indonesia still has some time, but it's becoming an aging society very soon. This will pose opportunities as well as challenges to and additional burden to the system. Next slide. Indonesia has, with the implementation of social health insurance, Indonesia has developed or established a health technology assessment, especially designed to inform the JKN program. The issue is, the challenge is for Indonesia is health benefit package is not well defined. It's everything under the sun basically, with some exclusions. So it's very difficult to revisit and then decide whether one intervention will be excluded from the benefit package. But this is something that is very relevant for Indonesia, especially we know that the JKN program has experienced significant deficit in the past year prior to the pandemic, and is projected to have deficit in the coming year post-pandemic. So the mechanism has already started working, although the issue also that this is still as a task force under a director level rather than an independent agency. They have the capacity to do economic analysis, but they have projected that there will be increasing demand, so they are currently adopted the adaptive HTA, a simpler method for in addition to the economic analysis that they do. Other methods as RWE, real world evidence, high cost, high demand review are also conducted by this HTA. But this is a small group of people with a lot of responsibility and workload. So institutional setup is an issue, limited resources and capacity. But the embryo is there, right? Next. So this is what is called an institution that is already established that can do the HTA. Public health intervention research, I think I'm not going to go in detail because I think Dr. Shankar has provided a very clear example of how public health interventions research that can be translated into programs. The challenge is that the government prefers to do big bang interventions rather than pilot intervention. Program evaluation in most of the public sector program remains the weakest part of the program. So this is something that we can see this as an opportunity to improve. Next slide. Yeah, recently we did the assessment of vaccine research and manufacturing capacity in ASEAN countries, and we noted that we also did economic analysis And we see that there's what is it called, interest from the countries, and also countries within the ASEAN region are building their capacity, but a facilitation from the ASEAN might be needed to for the economy of scale. Next slide. So these are the, so in summary, the opportunities that country contexts present opportunities, and there are clear needs, but demand may have be triggered and created or pushed further. Challenges: understanding the science of translational research needs to be further disseminated. Mobilizing resources for investment in personalized medicine and translational research needs to be done, but that will require better understanding of what translational research. I think showing examples and model that government can replicate quickly will be a quick win. Adoption of an evolving field, which will require multidisciplinary approach. Next slide. I think this is already discussed by Dr. Shankar, personalized public health. This is an approach that we see help converging, I guess, the views between personalized medicine and will be able to will be useful for stronger advocacy for more investment. Investment not only in terms of increasing capacity in research, but also needed for enablers. I think Dr. Shankar, in his last diagram, I think the ones on the bottom are the enablers. So this is very important. Identify sources of financing, public sources, including health insurance and from the private sector. Next. These are the key messages. Basically, this is translational research needs to inform the prioritization and better targeted health policy for more to increase the efficiency in limited resource setting. With focus on prevention and personalized public health, they are well aligned with the country priorities. Increase investment to build capacity, but also for the enablers, and continue to disseminate the understanding on translational research is key to increase the advocacy for more money to flow for this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandu Harimurti, for your enlightening presentation. I hope that Dr. Pandu Harimurti's insights have provided us with a comprehensive understanding on financing situation in Indonesia, comparing Indonesian financing situation with other countries with similar settings in regards with evolving healthcare landscape. And also, we've heard from Dr. Pandu that in every country there are opportunities and challenges, including in Indonesia. There are opportunities and challenges, especially in terms of understanding of what is translational research, translational medicine, translational medical research, and personalized healthcare. Challenge in mobilizing resources as well as adoption. So maybe we need more effort to, sensitize the concept of translational medical research to policymakers and aligning with country priority. Thank you very much for all the speakers. Now we are moving into the Q&A session or discussion session. So whether you have inquiries about health economics, translational research, or policy implementation, or any related topics, we welcome your active participation. So let's begin our interactive section. Yeah, please raise your hand. Okay, I have one participant, two participants, any other? Prof. Prof. Mart. Okay, maybe please Tim. Udah. Yeah, please raise your question to mention your name, where you come from, and then whom you want to ask the question to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Dr. Rizky. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Nico. I'm a medical resident from Dermatology and Venereology Department. And I have two questions. The first question is addressed to both Dr. Frederick Thielen and Dr. Pandu Harimurti. And it is regarding the budgeting. We know that based on cost utility analysis, if intervention such as pharmacogenomics or other genomic or precision medicine intervention is cost effective, then the logical step to do is to reimburse it. But we know the status quo in Indonesia, as mentioned by Dr. Pandu Harimurti, is that we experience deficits and is still projecting to have deficits in a couple of years. So if we implement that, it means that the universal health coverage in Indonesia needs to pay the non-precision medicine and then still needs to invest for the precision medicine. So there will be a swelling of the budget. And the question is, who is going to pay for this? Are we going to increase the income of the country or increase the APBN? Or are we going to make an investment for a third party to fund this project? That is the first question. And the second question is addressed to Dr. Anurat Shankar regarding the public health genomics. And as you mentioned in your lecture before, that there is an applications used for this. And my question is regarding the privacy context of it. We know that for person-centered care to be implemented, it means that we need to share the data of the patients towards certain doctors or health care practices. And how we ensure that this data sharing is actually good. And what about the third party, for example, the pharmaceutical company? Is it going to be good, or how we ensure that they are not going to misuse the data shared? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. Panels, do you want to address it directly, or you want to, yeah, probably we could directly address it, yeah? Answer?
Check, check. Yes, thank you very much for your question. We had also the opportunity to talk before that session, and I think what's very important to mention is in cost effectiveness analysis, it's not only about the actual money that we have to spend for medicine, but also the opportunity costs. So usually there is already some treatment reimbursed at a certain level, and this will give us certain effects. But the cost effectiveness analysis, if something is cost effective, basically means that we will get more effects, but often also for more money. But this also means that the old treatment, so the comparator treatment that is less effective, should also be kicked out, so to say, of the basic reimbursement package. Nevertheless, the problem is, as we see that the prices are going up, you are right, the budget will also be more and more, and we have to safeguard this. I think I presented some ideas, maybe also to negotiate the price a little bit lower, but still then there might be situations where more influx of money for the basic health insurance system is needed. And this is a problem that I think many countries face. where the money needs to come from, I think this is the million-dollar question nobody answered yet. But maybe some of my panelists have something to add here. But yeah, it remains challenging. And as I said, cost-effective does not mean we can also reimburse, but it should at least kick out some non-cost-effective treatments.
Yeah, just to add, trying to answer the million-dollar question. Yeah, this is a problem, right? As you know, in Indonesia, as I mentioned as well, that the benefit package is like a comprehensive benefit package, like everything under the sun, with only few exclusions, and this is making it very difficult for the management, for the BPJS management, and the country to exclude benefit that's already in the package, right? It's very difficult. So there are several ways that policymakers are talking about, like or discussing currently. So reviewing the tariff and also reviewing the package every 2 years. That's one decision that they already set. Although again, capacity of HTI is very limited, so they have difficulties as well as the tariff information is not well, what is it called? The system to collect tariff information is not well established, so they are still working on that. But that's one, and this information will inform whether, for example, premium needs to increase. But increasing premium is also a not popular decision. Right, so so prior to the pandemic, the way the government dealt with it is they put a reserve, they put more money into the system, which is not a sustainable solution at the time being, right? So this is again a million-dollar question, because it's going to be a tough issue to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it's answered. Hopefully it's answered your first question, yeah?
I hope so. Thank you.
Okay. So going next to Dr. Anura Shankar for the second question.
Yeah, thanks. That's a very good question, issues around the confidentiality. So I think that a couple of things. I think one is that just generally, there needs to be certainly a lot more attention given to confidentiality in health sciences and healthcare. So even the current standard now, without any digital health and so forth, it's absolutely terrible. I mean, even with the paper record systems and so forth, there's not proper, safeguarding of patient confidentiality. So I would start there, actually, before anything digital at all. Start refocusing, professional practice and so forth on that. From the digital standpoint, it is fairly, there's lots of tools. It's fairly easy to, in fact, implement safety of access to information and so forth. The problem with the digital frameworks is that, again, humans have to actually implement them. And if you have a breach of confidentiality in a digital system, there's millions of records, right, that can be compromised. Whereas when it's on a paper system, it's probably not going to be some large number of records at a single time. I think for something like this, genomics specifically, first of all, the person who provides the sample should be the first one to see that, and then to make a decision about what they want to be done with that. So there has to be a way where they can actually opt into saying, I want this used for my precision care in some way. So that's the first thing. After they do that, the actions that need to be done for their care plan, those providers, they don't need to know the genetic basis of that. The providers who are changing the care plan, they only need to know, here's what you're supposed to do. And then, with regard to the pharmaceutical industry accessing information without authorization, or even with authorization and wrongly using that, You know, it's a very good point. I think it's difficult to restrict someone's use of information like a pharmaceutical industry. If they received it for purpose A, it's very difficult to restrict them to use it for purpose X. So I think the key is to actually have persons, you know, opting into it that, so I'm an individual who, let's say, who's had a genomic sequence done, and do I want to opt into a pharmaceutical, you know, industry organization getting that information? So there should be some sort of specific agreement that's enforceable that I get a benefit from that also. So if they're going to use that or profit from that in some way, you know, what do I get out of it? And I think this area is still a really gray area where there's not clear ways to see how to implement that and so forth. But yeah, it's a very good question, but I would start with the fundamentals first, and then with the knowledge, I would promote the idea that the change in care plan does not require any of those providers to know the genomic sequence itself.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. The next participant to us, please mention your name and then where you come from, and then the question to whom.
Hello, good evening. I'm sorry before because I have a problem with my voice. Thank you for opportunities. My name is Yogi. I'm from radiologist department. Okay, maybe I want to give question for Dr. Frederick. Dr. Frederick, before mentioned about there's differentiation about the administrating intravena and subcutan. So from the differentiation, is the different from the time of patient recovery or patient length of stay in hospital? And the second, what is the indicator that transitional research in economy of medicine has been successful we use in hospital? Thank you.
So thank you very much for the question. Maybe you have to repeat the second one if I didn't I cannot answer it directly. But the first one was that in the hospital where we did the study, so the difference between subcutaneous and intravenous administration was that we had a lot shorter lengths of stay for the patients, but only for giving or receiving the treatment. They would receive the treatment and then they could go home with both IV or SC treatment. So we also did a follow-up study later, because once you give subcutaneous treatment, then the question is, do patients need to come to the hospital after all, or can we not give this at home? So, and this was a follow-up research which I could not put on the slides due to the time constraints, but I can share the link to the study later. And what we found out is that if you subcutaneously give this treatment at home instead of in the hospital, and you teach, you might be even able to teach patients to administer this themselves, then there is a lot of time to gain from the patient side. Not so much from the healthcare side though, because all the systems need to be in place. Suddenly you need someone else, a nurse maybe, telling the patients how to do this, how to administer it at home. Then they need to do this once at the hospital under supervision, then they need to do this once at home under supervision, and then you also have to have some regular checkups, maybe also blood levels to be taken to see if this is really well administered. So there we did not see a cost saving, so to say, from the healthcare system, but on the patient side. And then the question is, you know, what do you want to see? Do you only want to have a perspective from the healthcare perspective, or you also want a global societal perspective? So for the subcutaneous administration in the hospital, there was a shorter time for patients and for the healthcare professionals, but once you administer this at home, the healthcare time, professional time goes up a little bit. Is this answering the first part of your question?
Okay, thank you.
And the second one?
Oh, the second one?
Yes, can you
okay, the second one is what is the indicator that we know this is the successful from the transitional research we use in economic in medicine, in hospital? Thank you.
So what an indicator is?
Yes.
Oh, this is a difficult question, and I'm not sure if, what is an indicator so that we know that something is successful?
Yeah.
So I would say for cost effectiveness, for cost utility analysis, we have the outcome, which is the incremental cost effectiveness ratio. I'm not sure if you're hinting at that, but this is basically looking at two differences, so the two different kinds of treatments. We can only do cost effectiveness analyses if we have a comparator treatment. We cannot do a cost effectiveness analysis just for one intervention. We always need a comparator. So this could be the current standard of care, this could be some old treatment or some old innovation. And then we have the new one that we want to assess, and what we do is we look at the differences in costs, and we divide this by the differences in effects. So a positive incremental or an ICER incremental cost effectiveness ratio would usually indicate that there's more costs also, but also more benefits. Now there's a difference also between, you have different possibilities. You can have less effects and more costs. Then there would be negative ICER. You can also have more effects and less costs, which is often not the case because pharmaceutical industry knows that there's more effects, so they also ask for a premium, but also then you would have a negative ICER. So with negative ICER, you always have to be careful where is the negative sign occurring in the costs or in the effects. This is why some economists also moved to the net monetary benefit or incremental net health benefit as an outcome. But for this one, you would also need to have a certain willingness to pay threshold, because we can have any ICER that we want, but we need to be able to spend a certain amount for some things that we want to get in return. And what a good threshold is, this depends on per country, and even within the countries. In the Netherlands, I can tell you we have 3 different thresholds, and this depends on the severity of the disease.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, next question from Prof. Maurice.
So, yeah, I'm Morris from Singapore. For
Yeah.
those of you who
We all knew.
might have missed that. I guess maybe this is a question to the entire triumvirate sitting there. And it's going to be a low-tech question. And I don't want to rain on the parade of solutions that pass by and the depth of financial thinking that has been on display. I'm impressed. But the one thing I haven't heard mentioned is the issue of accessibility. Where are you going to put all those toys? And how do patients actually get access to it? So suppose you are pregnant in rural Sumatra and your nearest clinic is a 5-hour drive over very bad roads away. How will you get your stuff there? How will you make sure that people have access when it's necessary? Because I think, you know, part of the infant and maternal mortality that you see is just a matter of accessibility. You know, people not being able to get to a clinic on time to deal with any complications, even if there's, a midwife available in the village, which will often be the case, but you just can't get there. So I'm curious what the thinking is there. How are you going to, is there a plan? What is the plan to ensure overall accessibility of this level of care for people in, say, rural areas? I don't think a city like Jogja is the problem.
Thank you for the question. Prof, who wants to address the question? Dr. Anurag Shankar?
Yeah, I think that's a really very important issue. You know, it's an interesting one. The biggest impacts that we can expect to see on maternal health or early childhood health is really through implementation of the things that we already know can be effective, which are not being done. So you don't need to introduce genomic to create some big, additional impact. However, it is interesting that the core things that need to be done, the most critical actually, in my opinion, is reform of human resource practices within the MOH, not just in Indonesia, but lots of places. So you find extremely talented, well-motivated individuals, even as healthcare workers, who could do an outstanding job. They're not always the ones who are actually employed by the system. And the actual practice of human resources, again, is not what it should be. In addition to that, there's a shortage of workers, huge shortage of workers. So I think these two things really need to be addressed as you know, a fundamental aspect of health system improvement, and would be amongst the most cost-effective interventions, in fact. Having said that, it is fascinating that there are strange incentivizations that tend to emerge. Like, it's fascinating that ultrasound availability has changed clients' pursuit of antenatal care, because they get this, you know, picture of something they can relate to, and they think that's very exciting. It's had another very odd effect, which is that ultrasound providers who are not skilled birth attendants or not antenatal care providers, they become now, in many places, the places where women are going for antenatal care, and they're completely unqualified for that other than to do the ultrasound. So some combination of you know, services that provide value as a gateway, certainly ultrasound, perhaps genomics in some cases, coupled with other very basic healthcare improvements and reforms, I think is what is going to lead to the type of impact that we need to see. But we need to always keep focused on the fundamentals, which are currently not being delivered adequately, as you mentioned. Yeah, other thoughts? That'd be great to hear from others.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Morris. I think you are right, and we need to use this tool in a context where the supply side is ready, and that's very key, right? At the moment, there's a massive effort within the MOH to ensure the readiness of the supply side, especially at the primary care. We were a bit flummoxed to see the level of readiness. They say that, for example, 90, almost 100% Puskesmas has certain equipment. But that's not enough, because to deliver, for example, basic maternal services, you need a list of equipment, drugs, personnel, and what kind of personnel, right? What kind of human resource. And when we calculate all of these, the number went down in terms of readiness. So we use supply side readiness index to assess this. And this is a reflection on that this issue needs to be addressed, right, comprehensively. So, but I don't know whether this is going to materialize. Hopefully it will. But there's one thing, and we are only looking at the input factor. We also look at the what motivates human resource. Financing is only one of them, right? Acknowledgement, skills, maintaining skills and competence are other issues. So identifying or having one instrument or one tool is one thing, but on the other end, we need to make sure that the supply side is really ready to deliver the service. So otherwise, we won't be able to address this long-standing issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Maurice, does it answer your question?
Sort of, not entirely. I think that the conclusion is that I think there might be a bit of a disconnect between the thinking that is going on at the higher levels of the strategic thinking and the actual practicalities on the ground that you see if you, as I have done, travel around rural Indonesia and hear the stories there and see what is going on. And so I think there's probably a case to be made for looking deeply into, say, implementing hub and spokes models more thoroughly and in a more fine-meshed manner, with making sure that, access, that's the big deal, always is, right? And Indonesia is huge, as we have seen, right? More than 13,000 islands, it's ginormous. And if you want to ensure access for even people in the remotest corners, I think that's a staggering challenge. But if you want to realize that vision, it so happens that the outcomes that you show, they're the worst in the remoter corners. So it sort of suggests that you would need to look there first. But that's just my 2 cents. I'm not a health economist. I'm a doctor.
Thank you very much for the insights, Prof. Maurice. Yeah. Anything else to add, Dr. Shankar?
It's a very good question, right? And it's been known for decades. But why is it, in fact, it's not as though it's not, I mean, it's affordable, actually, right? To have people, let's go out to these areas where it's more remote. Let's even provide incentivization to do that. In fact, Indonesia government had a program for that at some point. But it didn't work, right? Why it didn't work? So, I mean, I think those are interesting things, to think about. So I think what we need actually, what would be very useful is to have actual ideas that are implementable as programs that are well evaluated. Like, did this work? What are these different ideas? Do they actually work? So one of the very bizarre things, frankly, so I showed you this example of this RCT done in Entebbe, right, enrolled like 32,000 pregnant women. So that was implemented in a population of around, I can't recall, like around 2 million persons or so. So what was very interesting about that, the most interesting thing about that, I have to say, is that in fact, we had gotten permission from the Provincial Health Office to recompete all the positions of being a community health promoter, to recompete those positions. And we did that, and in every community, it turned out that there were people in those communities that won those positions to be community health promoters. But out of more than 200 existing community health promoters, not a single one of them was able to successfully compete and win that position. Not even one of the existing ones. It meant that in every community, there were individuals who were highly talented and motivated that could do this job. Now, amazingly, those individuals actually doing what they were supposed to be doing reduced child death by 30%. That's more than the multiple micronutrient effect. Just imagine that. In each community, existing for decades, individuals that could reduce death in those communities by just promoting care. Just promoting care, not even a health professional. Reducing death by 30%. The team-based care, likewise, interestingly enough, when you implemented the team-based care, due to the shared accountability of people seeing, are you doing your job? Is your part of the care plan done? Because I can see that, right? That increased the willingness and the coverage of workers to do the work they're supposed to be doing. So I think for this issue of, remote access and so forth, what we need is actual ideas that can be implemented and evaluated. Does this work or not? And to be very persistent in doing that. So, so that's what I would say. All this stuff is solvable. It's easy for us to criticize it and wonder, well, hey, why this hasn't been done in 10 years, 50 years. We can all do that. We can all sit here and do that. Where's the solution that we can try and see, does this work? We got to get to work on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. Anything else to add from Dr. Pandu or Dr. Thielen? Okay. Okay. It's a really interesting discussion because we know that getting the program running smoothly in the field is not an easy task. Multiple interacting factors and components probably playing in the field, making us to face challenges and issues that needs to be addressed. So I think because it's interesting session, but I think because our time is running out, so I think we have to wrap up this session. Thank you so much, participants, for your participation, active participation. Thank you for the thoughtful questions. Prof. Maurice, thank you for the question. Thank you, panelists, for providing us some interesting insights and knowledge. I hope we can learn a lot from today's session as well and make better health for Indonesia in the future. So if I may summarize for the session, so translational medical research holds promise to creating a better health outcomes, not only in individual and population level, but it has challenges in terms of access and coverage. But the health financing insights help us understand how we can drive and shape the policy for increasing the access and coverage, as well as how to adopt the program, what do you call it? The intervention, so that more people can have access to the program. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation. I hope we can meet again in the future with more interesting discussion session as today. Next session will be closing. Is that right? Yeah, will be closing session. So I'm gonna end this session, and I'm going to hand over to Pak Yopi. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riki. Once again, give applause to our moderator and also speakers in the second panel. Thank you so much. Thilan, thank you so much for coming to Indonesia. Nuraj and also Pak Pandu Harimurti from World Bank Indonesia. That we just joined the second panel about implementations, opportunities, and challenges of translational medical research. Thank you so much for all the participants for joining with us in the first day of International Postgraduate Symposium 2023, held by Academic International Team, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And tomorrow, we still have a session that I would like to invite all the participants and all your friends to join with us for tomorrow's session. Tomorrow, we will have 3 sub-agenda: debate, research pitch contest, and also poster competitions. And I'll see you tomorrow, and tomorrow we will start at 8 AM. So bye-bye everyone. Thank you so much.